Chapter 1676. Sun Mingyue suddenly took off her veil, revealing her beautiful face. Her face was sparkling and translucent like white jade, exuding a warm glow. She looked at Bailey Na with a faint smile in her eyes. "What are you trying to do? Can Elder Fong die?" Bailey Na asked. "Suffer a little but not to the point of death." Sun Mingyue shook her head lightly. Bailey Na sighed. "If I can't get her to trust me this time, then I'll have to be ruthless. This woman's intuition is too sharp." "She saw through your identity? Would you be so careless and reveal a flaw?" Sun Mingyue smiled faintly. Bailey Na shook his head. "Logically speaking, there should be no flaw, but her intuition is powerful. She can't see through it, but she can feel that something is wrong. This time I've tried my best. If I still can't hide it, then I'll have to take the last step." Sun Mingyue chuckled and said, "This young lady is really a powerful person." Chu Li said, "She's already more than 300 years old." This Bailey Na was obviously Chu Li. When Song Jifan and Elder Fong fell into the formation, Chu Li instantly appeared and sent Bailey Na back. He then came back again. It only took a moment for him to go back and forth. His timing was perfect and there were no flaws. This was all thanks to the observation of the omniscient mirror. Sun Mingyue raised her brows. "Eternal youth?" Chu Li nodded slowly. Sun Mingyue said, "Blessed by nature. Eternal youth could only keep one's appearance but not one's temperament. As time passed and people experienced many things, their mentality would change. This reflected on the outside and formed a unique temperament." Chu Li nodded. "Maybe it's because the floating mountain is isolated from the world, so there's nothing to distract him. He's been cultivating in isolation. Only 5 enlightened masters joined forces this time?" "Yes, only 5 of them will take action." Sun Mingyue sighed. "Everyone's decision is to cripple him and imprison him so that he can't do anything. As for killing him, they don't have the gut." Chu Li said, "It'll be difficult." Sun Mingyue shook her head. "Tang Su is fine, but Chen Jinji and Monk Luanming are doing it half-heartedly. They might not succeed. This Song Jifan has endless tricks up his sleeves. I don't know how many mystical martial arts and secret skills he has. I sneaked into his side to figure it out. Know yourself and know your enemy." Chu Li sighed. "It seems like I haven't figured it out yet." "Then are you going to continue to disguise as Bailey Na?" Sun Mingyue asked. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Not to mention that he was disguised as Bailey Na, even if he was disguised as a woman, as long as the two of them were close to each other, they would naturally sense each other and know each other's identity and position. This was the wonderful effect of the Supreme Vajra Supreme Scripture. Sun Mingyue knew what he was going to do with just a glance from Chu Li. Their cooperation was seamless, and they had a tacit understanding. Chu Li nodded. "I have other ideas now. I'll continue with my disguise." "Tell me about it," Sun Mingyue said. The two of them sat on a boulder at the peak of the mountain and chatted. A gentle breeze blew by and lifted her white veil. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. She was truly otherworldly. It gave Chu Li the feeling that she was standing on top of the clouds. She was very close to him, but in reality she was very far away. She was beyond his reach. Chu Li said, "It's just an idea. Let's see if we can incite internal strife in the floating mountain. The Longevity Church is not peaceful now. Many people are against leaving the mountain. They don't want to dominate the martial arts world. They want to live a peaceful life. If that's the case, Song Jifan's prestige is not enough?" Sun Mingyue asked. Chu Li slowly nodded. "Yes, he's still young and his cultivation level is not strong enough. He can't be compared to Song Wuji back then, so he can't completely convince the people. After all, those old people have lived for too long." Sun Mingyue asked, "Can we really incite internal strife?" Chu Li said, "As long as Song Jifan's prestige is continuously damaged, even if he becomes an enlightened master, he won't be able to subdue the floating mountain. Elder Fong is his confidant. If we can sway her, we'll have a 60% chance of success. Elder Fong doesn't believe in you, Sun Mingyue frowned. In my opinion, it's better to get rid of her. Chu Li said, it's easy for Elder Fong to die, but she's the best weapon. We can't just give up on her. You're looking for trouble. Sun Mingyue smiled. Don't fall into her hands in the end. After all, she's lived for more than 300 years. Her wisdom and resourcefulness are definitely not inferior to yours or mine. Chu Li nodded. I'll be careful. You should be careful too. It'll be very difficult to succeed this time. Don't get yourself into trouble. Also, be careful that Tang Su and Ling Wufeng will take the opportunity to deal with you. Sun Mingyue nodded. I'll leave now. Chu Li smiled. All right then, let's go our separate ways. Sun Mingyue hung up her white veil. Her eyes flickered as she suddenly punched him in the chest. Chu Li flew up and crashed into 2 pine trees behind him. He hung on one of them motionlessly as if he had fainted. The divine light flame danced in his body as if it was going to burn him to ashes. Sun Mingyue did not appear again. Chu Li remained unconscious. From evening to morning, he remained unconscious for the entire night. Footsteps were heard as Elder Fong fluttered over. When she saw Chu Li hanging on the branch, she leaped up to catch him. She was full of vigor and did not seem to be injured. A gush of inner energy seeped into Chu Li's body and circulated rapidly to check on his injuries and physical condition. The ageless longevity technique's inner energy was being burned by a strange force. It was getting weaker and weaker until only a trace of it was left. Elder Fong estimated that if she had arrived a little later, his martial arts would have been crippled again. His blood essence would have been almost completely burned, and he would have been dead. She looked at Chu Li with a complicated expression. She was very familiar with this strange inner energy. It was the palm energy of Sun Mingyue from the Holy Church of Light. It seemed like she had merely slapped him away and left without caring about his life or death. Thinking about Sun Mingyue's situation, Elder Fong could understand. In Sun Mingyue's eyes, Bai Li Na's life or death was insignificant. She treated Bai Li Na as if he was nothing. If he had not rushed forward, she would not have bothered to attack. This was also the reason why he was able to survive. Thinking about this, Elder Fong pursed her lips into a smile and shook her head. This Bai Li Na was really lucky. If it was another enlightened master, he would have died no matter how lucky he was. However, he encountered the cold and aloof Sun Mingyue and luckily survived. She channeled to help Chu Li resist the divine light flame. After carrying him for an hour, they arrived at a ravine where they met Song Jifan, who looked as haggard as an old man. Song Jifan was sitting cross-legged on a rock by the spring and channeling. When he heard footsteps, he opened his eyes and saw Chu Li. He's not dead? He survived. Elder Fong pursed her lips into a smile. Luckily, I met Sun Mingyue. Humph. Song Jifan scoffed angrily. His martial arts was crippled again? His martial arts was not crippled, but he was heavily injured, Elder Fong said. Elder Fong said, he performed the sacrificial divine power again. His vitality is greatly damaged. He needs to recuperate for a while. She put Chu Li down in front of Song Jifan. Song Jifan reached out and patted Chu Li's back. Chu Li spat out a mouthful of black blood and slowly opened his eyes. Song Jifan scoffed. Sun Mingyue. He could feel that Sun Mingyue's palm energy was extremely pure. It was even better than the other enlightened masters. This was caused by the Supreme Titanium Supreme Scripture. Although Bai Li Na was unlucky, he was loyal. After all, the longevity sect was the only thing he could hold on to, Song Jifan said. Chapter 1677. Sigh. Chu Li let out a long sigh and shook his head with a bitter smile. Bishop, Elder Fong, I really don't have the face to meet anyone anymore. I'm always a burden and I haven't contributed anything at all. Who said you didn't contribute? Elder Fong smiled and said, If you had not risked your life to save me, I might not have been able to escape Sun Mingyue's pursuit. Chu Li shook his head and smiled bitterly. Elder, you think too highly of me. It's not because of me that Sun Mingyue didn't go after you. Even if I used the sacrificial divine power, I wouldn't have been able to block even half a move from Sun Mingyue. As long as you understand. Song Jifan snorted. When you go back, don't come out again. Just stay in the floating mountain and cultivate. You can only come out and work when you reach the 6th level of the art of eternal agility. Chu Li hurriedly said, Bishop, I'm afraid of delaying something important. I'm quite familiar with Chongming Town. I was careless this time, but it won't happen again. Song Jifan's face darkened as he glared at him. You still haven't given up? You still want to fight Chu Li? Sect leader. Chu Li sighed. Am I supposed to watch Chu Li roam free and do nothing? What's wrong with practicing martial arts? Song Jifan snorted. This was also what he told himself. If he wanted to deal with Chu Li, there was only one way. He had to train hard until his martial arts far surpassed Chu Li's. It would not be too late to deal with him then. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Chu Li shook his head and said, Cult leader can do this, but I can't. I know that even if I train hard for the rest of my life, I won't be able to defeat Chu Li. He's really too powerful. He's a true genius, a genius like cult leader. He's not someone a mortal like me can reach. Elder Fong chuckled and said, Bailey Na, you are also a genius. It's just that you were born at the wrong time and had bad luck. As long as you return to the floating mountain and train hard, you will have the chance to take revenge one day. Chu Li shook his head. Even if I can defeat Chu Li, I'm afraid that the bishop won't let me wait until then. By then, Chu Li would have been killed by the bishop. Ha ha! Song Jifan suddenly burst into laughter. Chu Li's words had fulfilled his long-cherished wish, and he could not help but feel carefree. Elder Fong cast a sidelong glance at Chu Li and said faintly, Bishop, in my opinion, it's better to slow down. Slow down what? Song Jifan stopped smiling and asked casually. Elder Fong said, Let's slow down on dealing with Chu Li. Song Jifan frowned and looked at Elder Fong with a displeased expression. Elder, you also think that I can't defeat Chu Li, right? Elder Fong nodded, yes. Chu Li hurriedly signaled Elder Fong with his eyes, signaling her not to say such things. However, Elder Fong ignored it and said calmly, Bishop, you should know, you just don't want to admit it. Chu Li's cultivation level is higher now. Bishop won't be able to get away with it. That might not be the case. Song Jifan snorted. This guy is too cunning. Every time I want to use my trump card, he dodges it. Elder Fong shook her head. The bishop has an advantage over Chu Li. It's just that the bishop has never used it. What advantage? Song Jifan asked. Elder Fong said, Bishop's advancement is faster than Chu Li's. The ageless longevity technique is more exquisite. That's true. Song Jifan nodded proudly. The ageless longevity technique was the ultimate mystical technique in the world. It was definitely better than the dragon taming technique that Chu Li cultivated. The dragon taming technique was not considered a top-notch antique study. 1,000 years ago, it was not even worthy of carrying the shoes of the ageless longevity technique. Elder Fong said, If that's the case, why are you in a hurry to find Chu Li? As long as you calm down and cultivate for a year, you'll be able to defeat him easily. There's no need to waste too much effort. A year. Song Jifan frowned and thought about it. In the end, he shook his head and sighed. I really can't wait for a year. Bishop. Elder Fong was a little impatient. Song Jifan waved his hand. Let me think about it. Yes. Elder Fong nodded helplessly. Song Jifan closed his eyes again and began to channel. A few wrinkles slowly disappeared from his withered face. Elder Fong stood up and left. After Chu Li took a deep breath, he followed Elder Fong to a wooden house in the distance. Elder, I have something to say, Chu Li hurriedly said. Elder Fong gave him a sidelong glance. Her long and narrow eyes squinted slightly. Chu Li said, Elder, it's best that you don't persuade the bishop to let go. Oh? Elder Fong smiled faintly. Why? Chu Li sighed. This isn't just about the heaven-regaining sword. It's also a fight for a man's dignity. I feel that if the bishop can't win against Chu Li, he'll always be dissatisfied. He won't be able to calm down when he cultivates. It'll be detrimental to his advancement. Based on what you're saying, the bishop will always fight against Chu Li and suffer losses. Elder Fong scoffed. Chu Li said, keep fighting despite repeated defeat. The more you suffer, the braver you become. This will be beneficial to the bishop. Moreover, the bishop is competitive and full of youthful vigor. How could he hide like a turtle and not come out? Why do you have to waste your energy and make the bishop unhappy instead? As long as I think it's right, I'll definitely say it. Elder Fong said, I won't just flatter him. Chu Li sighed. Since the bishop is the bishop, we, as his subordinates, only need to listen to his orders. As for what to do, the bishop will decide. You're a good subordinate. Elder Fong scoffed. You have a bright future. Which bishop wouldn't like such a subordinate? Moreover, he had already shown enough loyalty. The bishop would obviously trust him. Bailey Na was also a smart guy. She reckoned that he would soon climb to the middle level of the church. Then, he would move up step by step. In the end, his position might not be lower than hers. Thinking about this, she sighed. Fine, I'll listen to you. I won't persuade the bishop to let go. She was just upset. In fact, she understood the bishop's difficulties. It was not just because he was competitive. Bailey Na did not know the reason behind it. Chu Li smiled. Elder is wise. Don't give me that. Go cultivate your martial arts. Elder Fong waved her hand. Chu Li fist saluted and left. It was no wonder that Elder Fong's temperament did not change. She was still young. It was because she was a simple person. She was strict and inflexible. When she should not be merciful, she was skilled in martial arts. That was why she was feared in the floating mountain. 3 days later, in the evening, Chu Li's injuries recovered quickly. He could only cultivate the first level of the ageless longevity technique, but it was exquisite beyond compare. Moreover, Song Jifan had removed Sun Mingyue's inner energy, so he recovered quickly. As the three of them ate together, Song Jifan suddenly said, Elder Fong, I've decided to enter the 100,000 hills again. Chu Li cried out, Bishop, you can't. Song Jifan's face returned to his youthful handsomeness. The original haggard look disappeared. Elder Fong's expression changed too. After a while, she was not in a hurry to object. She pondered and said, Bishop, are you confident? I thought of an idea, Song Jifan said calmly. I made a mistake the last time. I shouldn't have entered as an enlightened master. I should have entered as a grandmaster. The supreme spirit beast would not have such a strong reaction. What about this time? Elder Fong frowned. What are you going to do, Bishop? I'll destroy half of my cultivation level and enter as an innate master. Song Jifan smiled. Once I get the spirit beast, I'll destroy my cultivation level after devouring it. I'll keep myself as an innate master. I'll just strengthen my body and ignore my inner energy cultivation level. Good idea. Elder Fong nodded slowly. But it's dangerous. Chapter 1678. Chu Li quickly said, Leader, an innate master can't move an inch in the 100,000 hills, right? If you encounter a powerful spirit beast, I'm afraid. It's okay. Although I'm only at the innate mastery's boundary, I have the ageless longevity technique. Even if I encounter a powerful spirit beast, I can swallow it. Moreover, those spirit beasts are very arrogant. If they encounter an innate mastery like me, they won't even bother. Moreover, you have the sacrificial divine technique, Elder Fong said slowly. Song Jifan smiled. Exactly. With 10 times the innate mastery and the ageless longevity technique, you are comparable to a grandmaster. As long as you don't provoke those rank 2 and rank 1 spirit beasts, you can protect yourself. But what if you encounter rank 2 or even rank 1 spirit beasts? Chu Li asked. Song Jifan said, they won't care about me. In short, I still feel that it's dangerous, Chu Li sighed. Song Jifan said, how can there be a huge gain without any risk in this world? Chu Li said, but it's too dangerous. Why don't you focus on training and defeat Chu Li with hard work? Song Jifan scoffed, I'm training hard and so is he. But his dragon taming technique doesn't have much power. It's impossible to beat our ageless longevity technique, Chu Li quickly said. Song Jifan shook his head. He can't be underestimated. In short, I've made up my mind. There's no need to say more. Chu Li sighed helplessly. Please reconsider, leader. Shut up. Song Jifan's face darkened and he stared at him coldly. Are you arrogant because of my favor? Do you think you can influence my decision? I don't dare, Chu Li quickly said. Elder Fong said, forget it, leader. He's just trying his best. He doesn't know how powerful you really are. Song Jifan glared at Chu Li. You will return to the floating mountain today. You are not allowed to leave without my permission. Yes, Chu Li sighed helplessly. Elder Fong shook her head. She realized that ever since the leader left the mountain, his temper changed. He became more and more stubborn and could not be persuaded. Her advice was unpleasant to the ear and the leader would not listen. It was better to say less to avoid alienating him. After the meal, Chu Li and Elder Fong returned to the floating mountain. The two of them used their qing gong to leave the valley. Bishop's move is too dangerous. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. It's not a wise move. It's a desperate move. Sect leader has no other choice. Elder Fong said, originally, I thought that it would be a piece of cake to obtain the heaven-slaughtering sword, and from then on, I would proudly roam the world and no one would be able to control it. The floating mountain would dominate the Wulin world in one fell swoop. But I did not expect to encounter so many setbacks at this step, and repeatedly fail to succeed. Although he did not return to the cult, he must have guessed that the voices of opposition in the cult are getting louder and louder. If this continues, I am afraid that in less than a year, all the elders will oppose coming out of the mountain and force the cult leader to retract his decision. I see. Chu Li suddenly understood. Elder Fong said, however, if cult master can settle down and return to the floating mountain to cultivate for another year, there will be fewer opponents in the cult. Those stubborn old people like to play it safe. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. The bishop is still holding back his anger against them. Sigh. Elder Fong shook her head. I shouldn't have said this to you. Chu Li said, I won't tell anyone. 2 days later, Chu Li returned to the floating mountain and began to cultivate in isolation in his courtyard. The air on the floating mountain in the early morning was exceptionally fresh. Chu Li suddenly appeared in front of Dong Jianxin's basilica and saw that Dong Jianxin was slowly practicing his fist art in his courtyard. His movements were leisurely and at ease. After not seeing him for a while, Dong Jianxin had improved greatly. It was obvious that he had gained a lot from his isolation. Senior brother. He took a step into Dong Jianxin's courtyard, gave a fist salute and smiled. Are you still in isolation? Isolation can't stop you. Dong Jianxin scoffed. Take a seat. He withdrew his stance and sat down at the stone table in the courtyard. Chu Li sat opposite him and took out a snow-white silver hoop the size of a bowl. He handed it to Dong Jianxin. Senior brother, do you recognize this? Huh. Dong Jianxin was stunned. He quickly snatched the silver hoop and said in surprise, could this be a spirit beast hoop? That's right. Chu Li smiled. It seems that senior brother recognizes this item. You actually got your hands on a spirit beast hoop. Dong Jinshin stared at the spirit beast hoop excitedly. He gently caressed it as if he was caressing a beautiful woman's snow-white skin. He was extremely careful and gentle, afraid that he would damage it. Chuli said, "I got this item by chance. Senior brother, do you know what it's used for?" "This spirit beast hoop is very useful," Dong Jinshin said excitedly. "This is a unique artifact of the spirit beast sect." Chuli smiled. "Senior brother, please enlighten me." Dong Jinshin carefully caressed the spirit beast hoop and sighed. "This item can tame spirit beasts. It's a powerful treasure." "Tame?" Chuli pondered. "In other words, it can be used to defeat spirit beasts?" "That's right." Dong Jinshin nodded. The reason why the spirit beast sect was so powerful back then was because of the spirit beast hoop. Without the spirit beast hoop, even the dragon taming technique would be useless. They couldn't control spirit beasts at all. The spirit beast sect wasn't like us now. If we want to tame a dragon, we have to start from a snake and cultivate it from scratch for hundreds of years. The spirit beast sect didn't cultivate spirit beasts themselves. Instead, they directly controlled spirit beasts and used the spirit beast hoop to turn them into their mount. Spirit beasts weren't companions or friends, they were just subordinate. Think about how prestigious it was. Chuli smiled. "Can you tame a golden dragon that's beyond rank 1? "Of course," Dong Jinshin said slowly. Chuli shook his head. "It's hard to imagine. That's beyond rank 1. As long as you're an enlightened master, you can turn a golden dragon into a mount." Dong Jinshin revealed a hint of fanaticism. In the end, he sighed and shook his head. "Unfortunately, the spirit beast sect has been destroyed. It's really a case of declining after reaching its peak." Chuli said, "Senior brother, do you know how to use this spirit beast hoop?" "From what I know, it needs to be sacrificially refined first." Dong Jinshin sighed. "But it's useless for you. Master is fine. Unfortunately, he already has a golden dragon and doesn't need it." Chuli asked, "Why is it useless?" "Because only enlightened masters can sacrifice this." Dong Jinshin shook the spirit beast hoop lightly. Chuli frowned. "Enlightened masters?" Dong Jinshin said, "Only enlightened masters can control the spirit beast hoop. Grandmasters are useless." "I want to try," Chuli said. "All right," Dong Jinshin said, "I know how to sacrifice it. I'll find it for you now." This junior brother of his could do what others couldn't. He might be able to break through the limits of grandmasters and enlightened masters. Chuli was overjoyed. He gave a fist salute. Dong Jinshin waved his hand and stood up. He returned to his basilica and found a thick ancient book on the bookshelf. He returned to Chuli and handed it to him. "This is the sacrifice method for the spirit beast hoop. Try it yourself. But remember not to force yourself. Otherwise, you'll suffer from internal deviation." Chuli took the ancient book and nodded with a smile. "Senior brother, please protect me." "All right," Dong Jinshin said. Chuli immediately flipped open the ancient book, as if he was just flipping through a book. He did not stop to read. After a short while, he finished flipping through the book and closed his eyes to ponder. Chapter 1679. After a long while, he revealed a bitter smile and said, "It seems that it really is impossible. The sacrificial refinement of the spirit beast ring required the enlightened master's power to be infused into the spirit beast ring. A grandmaster's inner energy would not be able to enter the spirit beast ring at all. Furthermore, without the enlightened master's power, the spirit beast ring would not have much power. Even if the sacrificial refinement was completed, it would be a waste of one's essence, energy, and spirit. Looking at the records in this book, a grandmaster like him did not need to waste his energy. Don't you want to try?" Dong Jinshin was eager to see if Chuli could create a miracle this time. Chuli thought about it and slowly said, "Let's give it a try then." Dong Jinshin chuckled and said, "Yes, let's try it first." He reluctantly handed over the Spirit Beast bracelet to Chu and looked at him eagerly. "It'll be amazing if we can successfully refine it. We'll be able to tame a spirit beast and greatly increase Goddess Attraction Mountain's strength." A spirit beast was far more powerful than a heavenly deity. With a spirit beast staying on Immortal Attraction Mountain, there was no need to fear the heavenly deities or those heavenly deities joining forces to harm Immortal Attraction Mountain. Immortal Attraction Mountain was as stable as a boulder. Chu smiled. "I hope so." As he spoke, he closed his eyes and pressed his hands on the Spirit Beast bracelet, slowly injecting the inner force of the Supreme Diamond Supreme Sutra into the Spirit Beast bracelet. The scarlet pillar on top of his head was constantly pouring in, transforming into the Supreme Vajra Sutra's internal force. The Spirit Beast ring was like a bottomless pit, and after the Supreme Vajra Sutra's internal force entered, there was no reaction at all. He didn't feel anything at all, and everything was pitch black. Time passed slowly as the sun slowly moved from the east to the west. When it reached the middle of the sky, Chu still maintained his original posture as he continued to pour the Supreme Titanium Supreme Scripture's inner energy into his body. When the sun was setting, Chu was still desperately channeling his inner energy. Dong Jianxin raised his head to look at the setting sun. The basilica was shrouded in a red glow. His stomach rumbled, but he endured it and continued to stare at Chu. The dragon taming technique was pushed to the limit to resist the huge pressure. He was certain that Chu had not channeled the dragon taming technique into the Spirit Beast bracelet. Otherwise, he would not have felt such immense pressure. It was no different from the pressure his master gave him. It was vast and irresistible. The sun sets, the moon rises, then the moon sets, the sun rises again. Dong Jianxin was sweating profusely, as if he was about to collapse. Countless times, he felt that he had reached his limit and could not hold on any longer. However, every time he thought so, he would look at Chu-Li's solemn and serious face. Chu-Li was calm as usual and did not show any signs of impatience. Hence, he would grit his teeth and persevere. Unknowingly, he had already resisted for a day and a night. It was truly beyond his imagination. He originally thought that he would not be able to persist until night fell and might even pass out. He did not expect that he would last through the night. Buzz! The Spirit Beast bracelet suddenly vibrated as if it was about to leave Chu-Li's hands. Dong Jianxin immediately perked up and stared at the Spirit Beast bracelet. The Spirit Beast bracelet began to radiate a hazy white light, and it was as if it had been carved out of white jade. It was no longer as shiny as before, and there was a clear spring flowing within the jade bracelet. Chu-Li remained motionless and sat there like a statue. He paid no attention to the strange behavior of the Spirit Beast bracelet and seemed to have entered a meditative state. The Spirit Beast bracelet continued to transform, turning from white jade to green jade. It was brimming with vitality, like the green leaves after the summer rain. Furthermore, the moisture was blowing over, and the entire hall seemed to have become cool and refreshing. Dong Jianxin perked up again. After the green jade light flowed for a while, the Spirit Beast bracelet changed again. It turned from green jade to red jade, and the redness gradually deepened until it finally turned purple. It was a deep purple, and it exuded a dignified and inviolable aura. Dong Jianxin frowned as he pondered over the sacrificial method of the Spirit Beast bracelet, but he did not record these changes. The ancient book was from the Spirit Beast sect, and it only mentioned that the Spirit Beast bracelet was a vitality C. Without an owner, the Spirit Beast bracelet's spiritual energy would dry up after 10 years, and the new owner would replenish the dried-up Vitality C before activating the formation within it to form a new Vitality C that belonged to the owner of the Spirit Beast bracelet. This bracelet could expand or shrink. Once it was put on the neck of a Spirit Beast, it would devour the Spirit Beast's vitality and turn it into an ordinary wild beast. Whether or not the devouring force was stopped depended on the owner of the Spirit Beast bracelet. If the spirit beast bracelet did not stop the devouring, the spirit beast would remain a wild beast and would not be able to absorb vitality into its body. It was just like a martial arts master without inner energy, and he would become a useless person. If it was stopped, the spirit beast would return to being a spirit beast. What was more amazing was that not only could the spirit beast bracelet devour vitality, but it could also nourish vitality. When the spirit beast bracelet rotated positively, it would devour the spirit beast's vitality. When the spirit beast bracelet rotated in reverse, it would devour vitality from the outside world. Not only could the spirit beast bracelet accelerate its cultivation, but it could also quickly replenish its vitality during a battle. It was extremely flexible, so the combat strength of the spirit beast wearing the spirit beast bracelet was extremely terrifying, far surpassing other spirit beasts of the same level. Chu Li's inner energy was extremely profound, and his supreme titanium supreme scripture was extremely pure. Ordinary enlightened masters could not compare to him, but he still could not completely replenish the vitality after spending a day and a night. This showed how much vitality it could store. After the purple color, the color began to change again, turning into a purplish gold color. Then, the yellow color gradually deepened, turning from purplish gold to golden yellow. The golden light shone as if the bracelet was cast from pure gold. Dong Jianxin was speechless. The golden light slowly faded, and the bracelet regained its lustrous white color. Moreover, the lustrous white color was gradually restrained, and finally, it turned into an ordinary white jade bracelet. It was completely different from the original silver bracelet, and its luster had faded, becoming simple and unadorned. Chu Li still held it with both hands and did not move. A blue brilliance began to circulate on the jade bracelet, circle after circle, followed by a purple brilliance and then a red brilliance. In the end, a total of 7 colorful brilliants appeared, circulating endlessly on the jade bracelet, chasing after each other. The colorful brilliance flickered endlessly, reflecting Chu Li's face. Dong Jianxin watched with wide eyes, feeling that this was a critical moment. After a while, all the brilliance suddenly converged and disappeared into the jade bracelet. Then, 7 round dots appeared on the inner wall of the jade bracelet, faintly discernible, and could not be seen without looking carefully. Chu Li let out a long sigh of relief and slowly opened his eyes. Dong Jianxin hurriedly said, "Junior brother, is it done?" Chu Li slowly nodded and smiled. "It can be considered a lucky success, but I still don't know how powerful it is. Unfortunately, my snake has not become a spirit beast yet, so I can't test it." Dong Jianxin sighed. "Don't you have a spirit beast? Take it and try it." Chu Li smiled and nodded. "Then let's try it. Senior brother, do you want to join us?" "Of course," Dong Jianxin said. Chu Li pulled up his sleeve, and the two suddenly disappeared from the basilica. The next moment, they appeared in Zhuyuan Valley. The originally calm pool suddenly surged, and in the surging waves, the azure dragon and the vitality-devouring tortoise were lifted up by the water, and then they leaped towards Chu Li. Dong Jianxin's body tensed up, and his clothes that were already dry became wet again. The 2 first-and-a-half-level spirit beasts in front of him formed a huge force that was as huge as a mountain, causing him to sweat profusely. Chu Li patted the 2 beasts, and the spirit beast bracelet suddenly came out of his bosom. It suddenly expanded and turned into a ray of spiritual light, and it wrapped around the azure dragon's neck. Then, a turbulent devouring force spread, and the azure dragon's vitality was quickly devoured. Chapter 1680. The azure dragon turned his head to look at Chu Li, his eyes filled with grievance. Chu Li chuckled, and the spirit beast bracelet suddenly transformed into a stream of light that shot toward the vitality-devouring tortoise. The origin-devouring turtle quickly retracted its head and shot out its shell, wanting to escape into the pool of water. However, the stream of light caught up to it in midair. After wrapping around its shell, it rapidly shrank, devouring the devouring turtle's vital energy like a whale. Before it could fall into the water, it had already fallen powerlessly from the air and landed on the grass beside the pond. The devouring tortoise stuck its head out and let out 2 cries, expressing its dissatisfaction. Chuli smiled and waved his hand. The spirit beast bracelet turned into a stream of light and shot into his hand. "How is it?" Dong Jianxin hurriedly asked. In fact, he could clearly sense the changes. As soon as the azure dragon was equipped with the spirit beast bracelet, he felt as if a mountain had been lifted off his head and his body became lighter. Although his legs were still trembling and he almost fell to his knees, he could still defend himself for a while. Fortunately, he had protected Chuli for a day and a night. Once the spirit beast ring was on the devouring turtle, the other mountain on his body was removed as well. Instantly, his body felt light, and he felt like he was floating. It was as though he was going to float, and it was as though he didn't have a body. The azure dragon and the vitality devouring tortoise were already absorbing vitality, which was the spiritual energy of the sky beyond. They were no longer dependent on the surrounding spiritual energy, so being in Jiuyuan Valley did not affect their cultivation. However, once the spirit beast bracelets appeared, the 2 spirit beasts immediately felt the same as when they first entered the Jiuyuan Valley. Their connection with essence was severed, and they seemed to have become trash without a source of energy. Chuli was extremely satisfied with the power of the spirit beast bracelet. The 2 spirit beasts were at the 1.5 tier, and they were rare spirit beasts even in the 100,000 mountains. Even though they weren't wary of him and couldn't avoid the spirit beast bracelets, they were still powerless once they were put on. Then, he shook his head and stopped smiling. This bracelet could only be controlled by Heaven God Realm experts, and if Heaven God Realm experts entered the 100,000 mountains, there was no way they could survive. There was only one spirit beast bracelet, and it was impossible to capture all the first grade and transcendent grade spirit beasts. Therefore, it was impossible for the spirit beast bracelet to dominate the 100,000 mountains. Back then, the spirit beast sect was so powerful, but it was still destroyed in the 100,000 mountains. He suddenly realized that with this bracelet, he might be able to meet that vermilion bird. It was first grade, and Jiang Yi wasn't sure if the spirit beast bracelet could restrain it. However, if it could, he would be able to enter the 100,000 mountains freely and spread the news that Song Jifan had entered the 100,000 mountains. Spirit beasts were smarter than humans. Even if Song Jifan changed his appearance and reduced his cultivation level to become a grandmaster, these spirit beasts would still be able to track him down as long as they knew of his whereabouts. If he could borrow their hands to kill Song Jifan, it would be the best, and he would not have to face the revenge and pursuit of the Celestials. After thinking about it, he decided to take the risk. This was a rare opportunity to kill Song Jifan. "Senior brother, let's go back." Chuli smiled. Dong Jianxin hurriedly nodded and pointed to the 2 spirit beasts. "Are they okay?" The 2 spirit beasts were staring at Chuli eagerly. Chuli smiled and waved his hand. A stream of light collided with each of them. Suddenly, vitality surged and returned to their bodies. Moreover, the vitality was much denser than before. It contained the spiritual energy that Chuli had stored. After being able to control the spirit beast bracelet, it was extremely easy for him to use the life and death scripture to move the spiritual energy from beyond the heavens into the bracelet. The difficulty was completely different from using the Supreme Vajra Sutra to slowly pour the spiritual energy into the bracelet. The 2 spirit beasts were overjoyed. Dong Jianxin, on the other hand, felt as if there were 2 mountains pressing down on him. He helplessly smiled bitterly. "Junior brother, let's hurry up and leave." Chuli and he suddenly disappeared. When they appeared in the Basilica of Goddess Attraction Mountain, Chuli smiled. "Senior brother, congratulations, you've improved again. This is really..." Dong Jinshin also realized that his cultivation level had improved by 1 level. He had unknowingly broken through. This was because he was constantly under heavy pressure, squeezing out his potential. He actually improved so quickly. Chuli looked at his expression and smiled. Senior brother, it's better to use this technique less, lest it hurts your mind. The strength of Dong Jinshin's soul was far inferior to Chuli's, so it was exceptionally fragile. Once it was seriously injured, it would not be easy to recover. It might even leave a shadow that would affect his future progress. Dong Jinshin sighed in disappointment. Forget it. I'm very satisfied to be able to improve by 1 level. Chuli smiled and shook his head. He could see that Dong Jinshin did not mean what he said. It was obvious that he was not satisfied. Senior brother, there's no need to rush. Take your time. Chuli smiled. He could actually help Dong Jinshin strengthen his snake so that it could evolve faster. Then, it would feed back to Dong Jinshin and increase the speed of his cultivation. However, this method was suitable for him, but not for Dong Jinshin. This was because his soul was not strong enough. Take your time. You must be careful. Don't show this spirit beast ring in front of others. Dong Jinshin said, although almost no one knows about it, we have to be careful. After all, this is a rare treasure. Understood. Chuli fist saluted and suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared at the ice pool of 100,000 hills. The ice pool's surroundings had changed greatly. Originally, there were towering mountains that surrounded the ice pool like a bucket. At this moment, the surrounding mountains had disappeared, and the bucket had become a basin. The originally clear water of the pool had become muddy, and some dead fish floated on it. Chuli frowned. Suddenly, his gaze focused as he saw the vermilion bird standing on a rock. It still had the appearance of a small and delicate sparrow. Its lively eyes looked at Chuli mockingly as if it was mocking him for daring to return. Then, without waiting for Chuli to react, it rose into the air and transformed into a light red jade sculpture the size of a spirit crane. Suddenly, a turbulent sea of spiritual energy surrounded Chuli like magma. Chuli activated the indestructible body of titanium, and with a flash of light in his hand, the spirit beast bracelet flew toward the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird was completely unfazed by this streak of light, and it hovered in midair without taking any evasive measures as it continued to wrap its spirit beast bracelet around its neck. It was only when the vital energy left its body and entered the spirit beast bracelet that it realized that something was amiss. It immediately let out a soft cry, and the spiritual sea around Chuli seemed to be in a riot as an immense spiritual energy came crashing down on it. Chuli focused and released the god-slaying sword. Ding! A crimson feather fell from the vermilion bird's chest. It suddenly ignited in the air and turned into a ball of flame that shot towards Chuli. Chuli was shocked. He felt a deadly sense of danger. The hairs on his body stood on end. A chill ran through his body, urging him to run for his life. Chuli could not care less about the spirit beast bracelet and disappeared in a flash. He appeared at the peak of a mountain and was still in shock as he thought about that feather. That feather was far more dangerous to him than the vermilion bird. He could vaguely guess its origin. It must have belonged to a supreme spirit beast, a real adult vermilion bird, and not the little vermilion bird from before. It must have been given to him by its parents or elders to protect its soul from being hurt by the god-slaying sword. This was troublesome. If he really used the spirit beast bracelet to subdue the vermilion bird, he would have to bear the revenge of its elders. When he thought about this, he secretly shivered and suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared beside the ice pool and saw the vermilion bird standing proudly by the side of the pool. It was stepping on the spirit beast bracelet and looking askance at Chuli. Chuli frowned as he looked at the spirit beast bracelet. He could not sense it. It had been destroyed. As expected, a first-grade spirit beast was stronger, and the spirit beast bracelet could not trap it. Chapter 1681. His heart felt heavy. This spirit beast ring was a precious treasure, and if senior brother knew that it was crippled, he would be in extreme pain. When Jiang Yi thought of Dong Jianxin's expression, he couldn't help but want to laugh, and he wouldn't be so depressed anymore. The vermilion bird stared at Chu Li without blinking. It seemed to be deeply in love, but it was actually hatred. Chu Li asked, "Why are you after me? We don't have any grudges, right?" He knew that spirit beasts would become stronger every time they advanced. Now, the azure dragon and vitality devouring turtle could communicate with him without the dragon taming technique. Although they could not speak, they could express their thoughts clearly. A rank 1 spirit beast should be more powerful, so if he tried to speak, it might be able to understand him. Because you're a disciple of the spirit beast sect. The vermilion bird's clear voice rang in Chu Li's mind. Its tone was no different from a human's, filled with hatred. Everyone from the spirit beast sect deserves to die. Chu Li sighed. This vermilion bird could speak directly in his mind without needing to understand him. He shook his head. The spirit beast sect has been destroyed. I'm from outside the 100,000 hills. The spirit beast sect doesn't exist. I only obtained this ring by accident. Besides, the dragon taming technique isn't a martial art of the spirit beast sect. The dragon taming technique is a martial art of the spirit beast sect. The vermilion bird scoffed. Chu Li asked, "Are the disciples of the spirit beast sect that weak?" "I don't know." The vermilion bird replied. Chu Li smiled. "Have you never seen the disciples of the spirit beast sect?" The vermilion bird scoffed. "They're long dead. Where can I see them? I'm less than 1,000 years old." "How long have you lived?" Chu Li asked. The vermilion bird replied, 800 years. Chu Li was speechless. "It seems like the spirit beast sect is really extinct. I found the ring by accident." "You're lying." The vermilion bird scoffed. "Who else can refine this ring other than the spirit beast sect?" Chu Li shook his head. "I'm not an enlightened master. I can't refine it. I just wanted to have some fun. It's quite interesting." You cultivated the dragon taming technique. You must die." The vermilion bird said, "I'm a disciple of Goddess Attraction Mountain. If you have seniors who can enter the Outland, you should know that my sect is not the spirit beast sect even though it's related to them. You have cultivated the spirit beast sect's mantra, you must die." Vermilion bird said. Chu Li sighed. "I really don't want to kill you." "I want to kill you," the vermilion bird shouted in a loud and clear voice. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a wisp of vital energy. While the two of them were talking, she had been urging her sea of spirit to keep Chu Li immersed in the magma. Moreover, her immense majesty had been pressing down on him, but it was useless against Chu Li. The indestructible Vajra body and Mahavairokkana's immobility scripture barely managed to block it, and it was getting easier and easier. Chu Li's expression changed slightly, and his body flashed to avoid the vitality. His entire body felt cold, although this vital energy was incomparably hot, as if it could scorch him from 10 feet away. This Yuan Qi was too dangerous. Once one encountered it, there was no chance of survival. However, teleportation was impossible in the sea of spiritual energy, so he could only rely on his movement techniques to evade. On the surface, this vitality looked like a cloud of white gas, like a light fog. However, under the observation of the omniscient mirror, it was actually a ball of fire. Once touched by it, even water might not be able to extinguish it. He dodged left and right, but this vitality seemed to have a life of its own, chased after him like a real vermilion bird, and its speed was extremely fast. Chu Li glanced at the vermilion bird in the distance. 100 feet away, the vermilion bird was staring at him quietly. Its clear eyes seemed to be smiling, and its playful intention was obvious. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. Perhaps it had stayed in the 100,000 hills for too long. Now that a human had finally entered, it wanted to play with him. Chu gritted his teeth, secretly hating it. The speed of this vitality was getting faster, and it was rapidly devouring the surrounding spiritual energy to strengthen itself. It became stronger and faster, like a rolling snowball. If this continued, he would not be able to avoid it. Being in its sea of spirit, he could not teleport. If he wanted to escape, the only way was to severely injure it. When he thought of this, he snorted softly. The god-slaying sword in his mind flashed and instantly shot out. A startled sound was heard, and the surrounding sea of spirit dissipated. In a flash, Chu appeared next to the spirit beast bracelet, swept it up, and disappeared in front of the vermilion bird. The sea of spirit around the vermilion bird recovered, but its clear eyes were dull. It could no longer maintain its original sparrow shape, and it returned to its original size of a spirit crane. It stared in the direction where Chu had disappeared, and finally, it let out a clear cry, turned into a red light, and disappeared into the sky. Chu appeared at the peak of a mountain with a lingering fear. He let out a long sigh of relief. Although his sword was powerful, it was not enough to kill the vermilion bird. The power of that sword was much weaker than the usual god-slaying sword. In a situation where the murderous intent was insufficient, the god-slaying sword's murderous nature was not as strong. He lowered his head to look at the spirit beast bracelet. The spirit beast bracelet, which was originally white jade, had now turned black, as if it had become a rusty copper bracelet. It gave off a sense of vicissitudes, as if it had experienced a long time. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Chu. Could this be the original appearance of the spirit beast bracelet? He sighed and shook his head. He decided not to show this to his senior brother, lest he felt sorry for it. It was a pity that such a treasure was useless after only one use. It could not be used to tame a rank 1 spirit beast, so it was useless. He already had 2 rank 1.5 spirit beasts, so he did not care much for those below rank 1.5. He looked at the dull black bracelet for a while, but he did not give up. He tried to sense it again, but there was still no reaction. It seemed to be completely useless, so he activated the dragon taming technique. Just as he was about to enter the bracelet, he suddenly stopped. A strange intuition appeared, telling him to stay away from the spirit beast bracelet. Chu quickly let go of it, and it fell to the ground. It was no wonder he did not rush to investigate it. It was as if he was indifferent, but it was his intuition that was playing an invisible role. Now that he thought about it, he felt that his previous reaction was a little strange. After seeing that it was useless, he did not think too much about it, nor did he rush to investigate it. It was as if it was useless and it did not matter. Originally, it was the danger that made him instinctively want to stay away from it. Chu quickly deduced in his mind why it was dangerous, and why it made him stay away. After a while, he realized that it must be the vermilion feather that turned into a ball of flame, which scared him away. It was very likely that it was the one that destroyed the spirit beast bracelet. As for why it was dangerous, it was obvious that the ball of flame still existed in the spirit beast bracelet, so it was best not to touch it. Chu stared at the spirit beast bracelet on the ground for a long time and remained silent. In the end, he decided to give it a try. Although it was dangerous, the spirit beast bracelet had been destroyed, so its power should be around 70% to 80%. Although he was not talented, he should still be able to fight back. Moreover, he wanted to know how the spirit beast bracelet was destroyed and if it could be restored. More importantly, he wanted to deduce the location of the spirit beast sect from the spirit beast bracelet. He kept deducing in his mind, but there was an invisible force that prevented him from succeeding. He believed that as his cultivation level increased, he would definitely be able to deduce the location of the spirit beast sect and its inheritance. Then, he would be able to cultivate to become an enlightened master. Chapter 1682. The dragon taming technique flowed slowly into the spirit beast bracelet. Boom! There was a muffled sound that sounded like the roar of a giant dragon. Chu Li's vision shook violently before it turned black. A strange spiritual energy suddenly exploded, trying to scatter his soul. There was a roar in his ears and his vision turned black. At the same time, a strange energy entered his body. Under the observation of the omniscient mirror, he saw a ball of flame. It was the same flame he had seen before. The flame was only the size of a lamp wick and seemed to be ordinary. However, he felt a chill as if he had met his natural enemy. His body trembled as he used the dragon taming technique to activate the supreme Vajra scripture and channeled all his inner energy into the flame. All the Vajras and demons in the void of his mind moved. Numerous lotuses densely covered the void, allowing his injured spirit to recover quickly. He urged the supreme Vajra scripture's inner energy to suppress the flame. However, the flame grew stronger as if the supreme Vajra scripture's inner energy had become its fuel. The flame seemed illusory but real at the same time. It circulated quickly in his body, and he could smell the faint scent of burnt meat wherever it passed. It was as if his body was really going to burn. However, if it was real, it was impossible for such a flame to burn in his body. What kind of flame would burn inside his body? Seeing that the supreme Vajra scripture's inner energy was useless, he retracted his inner energy and hid it in his dantian. He watched as the flame wreaked havoc. Everywhere it passed, he felt excruciating pain. Therefore, he activated the life and death scripture and channeled the coldest and most spiritual energy from Outland to extinguish the flame. The flame no longer absorbed the coldest and most spiritual energy, but was not affected. It continued to burn in his body. Thus, Chu Li unleashed the inner energy of the Great Light Scripture and used the Divine Light Scripture flame to confront the flames. He wanted to assimilate them, but he was quickly assimilated by the flames. The Divine Light Scripture flame was of great help to him, as the flames instantly became much more vigorous and powerful. Wherever the flames passed, a layer of his body would be destroyed. If this went on, he would be forced to burn himself to ashes. As a Grandmaster, it would be a joke if he died from self-immolation. As the Mahavairokkana's immobility scripture and other scriptures circulated, Chu Li calmly pondered. In the end, he withdrew all of his inner energy and activated the indestructible body of the Supreme Titanium Scripture to resist the destruction. Once the indestructible body of Vajra was activated, the initial feeling of weakness dissipated significantly. The indestructible body of Vajra was different from the sentient menace that he had learned in the past. The indestructible body of Vajra was not activated on its own. Only when the inner energy of the Supreme Vajra Scripture was activated would the indestructible body of Vajra be activated and its power would be revealed. This was not caused by the cultivation method, but because the level of the technique was not high enough, it could not be activated on its own. The indestructible body of titanium was activated to resist the flames, but it could only alleviate the severe deterioration and weakness from before. It could not stop the destruction. Chu Li frowned and pondered. Was he really going to die here today? No matter how powerful the life and death scripture was, he would not be able to recover even if he was burnt to ashes. He suddenly gritted his teeth and released the 9-level heart technique of the indestructible body of titanium. He began to circulate the 10-level heart technique. It was very similar to his experience in the Thunderbolt. Perhaps he could use the indestructible body of titanium to escape this time. The 10-level heart technique was even more complicated and unpredictable. Fortunately, although he was in pain, he remained calm as if his body did not belong to him. He focused on activating the 10-level heart technique and slowly circulated it. The more painful it was, the more focused one's spirit was, and the more efficient one's cultivation would be. The flames continued to destroy every part of his body, but the 10-level heart technique did not recover. It continued to circulate on its own as if it did not care about Chu Li's life or death. After going through one circulation with much difficulty, his body became weaker. After the second circulation, his body became weaker. His face was pale and his aura was weak. He could not help but smile bitterly. At this point, all his hopes were on the indestructible body of titanium. If the indestructible body of titanium failed to live up to his expectations, he would not be able to escape this time. However, he had a strange intuition that this chance of survival lay in the indestructible body of titanium. Therefore, even though it was dangerous, he persevered. With every circulation, the flames damaged his body even more. Without the protection of the 9th level of the indestructible body of titanium, his body deteriorated very quickly. In the end, he sat on the ground motionless. His body was as limp as mud, as if all his bones had been removed and he did not have an ounce of strength left. As he circulated his energy, he secretly mocked Song Jifan. This Song Jifan's luck was not good enough. If he were to appear here now, then he really would not be able to resist and could only be tormented by him. However, even if it was not Song Jifan, even a normal master, or even an acquired master, could kill him now. He was at his weakest. A sense of confidence supported him. Even though his body was getting weaker and he was on the brink of death, he still persisted in circulating the heart technique of the 10th level of the indestructible body of titanium. He believed in his intuition that the 10th level of the indestructible body of titanium could save him. At the same time, he became more familiar with the flames. It seemed like it was not only going to burn his body but also his soul. Now it was only focused on his body. As long as his body was destroyed, it would continue to attack his soul until he was completely annihilated and disappeared from the world. He would not have the chance to enter the Grandmaster's boundary, reincarnation and reincarnation. It was extremely vicious. Shao Qi's figure flashed in his mind, and vaguely, Sun Mingyue. As soon as he had this thought, Sun Mingyue suddenly appeared in front of him. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind like a fairy that was about to leave with the wind. Her cold eyes looked at Chu Li, and a flash of anxiety appeared in her eyes. She quickly reached out to grab Chu Li's wrist. However, Chu Li suddenly had a burst of strength and dodged her. He said in a hoarse voice, "Don't move." Sun Mingyue was stunned. Chu Li's face was red as if he was drunk. His body was burning hot like a volcano that was about to erupt. It was strange that his clothes were still intact even under such high temperatures. "What's going on?" She stared at Chu Li's unusually bright eyes. "What should I do?" A smile appeared on Chu Li's face. "There's no need, I'll be done soon." "Don't mess around," Sun Mingyue quickly said. She could clearly feel that Chu Li was getting weaker and weaker, and his life was about to end soon. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. "Have you forgotten my ability? I can turn the dead back to life?" Sun Mingyue hesitated for a moment and did not reach out again. Chu Li did have the ability to turn the dead back to life. He could clearly come back to life after dying, but he did not let her touch it because it was a critical moment. However, Chu Li was worried that if Sun Mingyue touched it, the flames would enter her body. Sun Mingyue cultivated the Great Light Scripture, and her inner energy was like a flame. The Great Light Flame was the best supplement for the flames. Once it got close, it would not let it go. Even if Sun Mingyue was an enlightened master, she would not be able to deal with the flames. This should be the vermilion bird's flame, which was left behind by a rank 1 spirit beast. Its power was beyond imagination. Chapter 1683. Sun Mingyue frowned as she stared at him. As his body temperature rose, she asked, "Are you sure you're okay?" Chu Li shook his head without saying a word. He closed his eyes and focused on activating the 10th level of the indestructible body of titanium. When the 36 revolutions were completed, a strange power suddenly emerged from his flesh and blood. It was different from all the other powers. It was also different from the invincible Vajra body's previous power. This power was like a thin mist, but also like a layer of white muslin. The white muslin lightly stuck onto the meridians, protecting them and quickly repairing the damaged meridians that had been scorched by the flames. Then, the white muslin stuck onto the bones, blood vessels, and finally the tendons, flesh, and skin. Under the protection of this strange energy, the flames could no longer cause any harm. It was still burning, but Chu Li was recovering quickly. Sun Mingyue sensed the abnormality and looked at Chu Li in surprise. She was curious about what had happened. What kind of injury made Chu Li so serious, and how did he get rid of it? The last time Chu Li was heavily injured, he only managed to suppress it by cultivating with her. It seemed like he did not need her help now. Under the protection of the 10th level of the indestructible body of titanium, Chu Li channeled the spiritual energy from Outland. The red energy poured into his body like a pillar and quickly healed his injuries. In the blink of an eye, Chu Li had recovered by half. The feeling of weakness disappeared. He sat up straight and stretched his hand. Sun Mingyue sat on a big rock opposite him. She was elegant and calm. Her white muslin fluttered so her face could not be seen. Only her bright eyes could be seen. A faint fragrance drifted into Chu Li's nose along with the mountain breeze. "What happened?" Sun Mingyue asked. Chu Li waved his hand and the black spirit beast bracelet flew from the bushes to his hand. He passed it to Sun Mingyue. "This is the culprit. It was destroyed by the vermilion bird." A feather from the vermilion bird landed on it and ignited the vermilion bird's fire. "It almost burned me." "The vermilion bird?" Sun Mingyue frowned. "Why did you provoke it?" "It was a coincidence." Chu Li shook his head and sighed. "Oh right, how did Song Jifan escape from the previous joint attack?" "His blood escape was too powerful." Sun Mingyue shook her head. "We injured him and were about to capture him, but he blew up both his arms and disappeared instantly. We couldn't track him and he escaped." "Isn't this too depressing?" Chu Li frowned. "Will we still work together in the future? Even if we don't want to work together, we still have to." Sun Mingyue snorted softly. "We've made a blood feud. He'll definitely take revenge. Instead of waiting for him to take revenge, we might as well take the initiative to attack." She was extremely dissatisfied. If Tang Su and the others hadn't been suspicious of each other, and didn't have a tacit understanding, Song Jifan wouldn't have been able to escape no matter how powerful he was. They would have crippled him long ago. However, they had ruined a good situation and made it into an awkward situation. This was simply a joke. 5 great Empyrean gods working together could not take down a single Empyrean god. If news of this were to spread, it would be enough for Song Jifan to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Fortunately, there was no one around to see this. Otherwise, the 5 Empyrean gods would really become a joke. "Looks like we'll have to continue," Chu Li said. "When?" "Tang Su will be in charge. Once he's done investigating, everyone will act immediately. No one will know beforehand," Sun Mingyue said. "Next time, we won't give Song Jifan a chance. We must take him down." Chu Li shook his head. "Song Jifan has a lot of trump cards. No one knows what Song Wuji left behind for him, so you must not be careless. Remember to always think of escaping so that you won't be plotted against by Song Jifan. Especially since you're related to me, he will definitely target you." Sun Mingyue smiled faintly. "Of course I know. What about you, how's the progress?" "With your pursuit, I've gained the initial trust of Elder Fong. He's currently in isolated cultivation on the floating mountain." Chu Li smiled. "That's good," Sun Mingyue said. "I hope you can fulfill your wish." "If you can fulfill your wish first, I'll be able to save more effort," Chu Li said. Sun Mingyue nodded lightly. She was not confident that her group could take down Song Jifan. Although she was determined to do so, Song Jifan was really difficult to deal with. It might be easier to kill him, but it would be difficult to capture him and cripple him. If Chuli could cause internal strife on the floating mountain so that Song Jifan could not be distracted, everyone could take a breather. It would be best if the internal strife caused Song Jifan to die an unnatural death or be imprisoned on the floating mountain. If that's the case, I'll go back. Sun Mingyue slowly stood up. Chuli fist saluted and did not ask her to stay. He watched as she slowly merged into the void and disappeared. He sighed. She had to save him every time he was in danger. It would be a lie to say that he was not touched. Unfortunately, he regretted not meeting her earlier. He suddenly returned to Juyuan Valley and appeared near the ice pool in 100,000 Hills in a flash. The azure dragon and the vitality-devouring tortoise were vigilantly patrolling to see if the vermilion bird was there. They were half a level lower, but their hands and feet were tied. They could not defeat the vermilion bird at all. Chuli patted their backs and suddenly disappeared. He was also worried that the little vermilion bird would appear again. However, after that ruthless attack, the little vermilion bird would not dare to be so unscrupulous again. Without the protection of the supreme vermilion bird's feathers, the little vermilion bird would not be able to defeat the god-slaying sword. He would still dare to return. Even so, he tried his best to go and return as soon as possible to avoid being entangled by the little vermilion bird. If anything happened, it would really be endless trouble. He was currently not a match for a supreme spirit beast. In the early morning, Song Jifan transformed into an innate master and slowly stepped into 100,000 Hills. As soon as he stepped in, all the pores on his body opened up. Dense spiritual energy surged into his body, and his mind seemed to clear up. He became calm and happy. It was indescribably refreshing. He wanted to look up to the sky and roar. The peaks of 100,000 Hills were so tall that they seemed to reach into the sky. Half of the peaks were covered by clouds and mist. The surrounding trees and flowers were mostly spirit plants. They grew extremely dense. Even some weeds were rare spirit herbs. He shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, his current mission was not to collect spirit herbs. No matter how powerful the spirit herbs were, they were of little use to him now. Spirit beasts were the foundation. The spirit beasts in 100,000 Hills ate spirit herbs like weeds. They ate spirit herbs or some exotic plants all day long. The spiritual energy in their blood was so pure that Song Jifan was excited when he thought of this. However, 100,000 Hills was too big. There were not as many spirit beasts as he imagined. He walked along the valley for more than 10 miles but still did not encounter a single spirit beast. He did not even see the smallest spirit rabbit. He was disappointed. After walking for another 10 miles, his eyes suddenly lit up. A young deer was drinking water by a stream in the valley. It was even naughtily swaying its ears and lightly tapping the water with its front hooves. As it drank, it looked at its own reflection in the water, as if it was playing with its own reflection. Seeing this little deer, he could not help but think of his previous experience. He was almost killed by that little deer. At that time, he was like a tiger that fell to the plains and was bullied by dogs. Now, even if there was a big deer, he could still deal with it. He was stunned again and suddenly realized that he was not the same as before. He was just an innate master. Unless he unlocked the seal and became a divine realm master, it would be time for him to disappear. Otherwise, he would not be a match for the spirit deer. They were too fast. Thinking of this, he could not help but stop approaching. Chapter 1684. Song Jifan frowned. As soon as he met the innocent and curious gaze of the fawn, which was even clearer than the stream water it was drinking, he felt that it was somewhat familiar. He immediately remembered that this fawn seemed to be the one he had encountered before. However, the last time he had encountered it was outside, but this time he had encountered it inside. He guessed that this fawn was too naughty and had sneaked out of the 100,000 Hills. Obviously, it wanted to see what it was like outside the 100,000 hills. This time, it had sneaked out here again without its parents by its side. He immediately smiled and was inexplicably excited. If the big deer was here, he might not be able to defeat it, but with his current skills, he should be able to take down a fawn. As long as he swallowed this fawn, his body would become slightly more tyrannical. At that time, even if he encountered the big deer, he would still have the power to fight it. If he swallowed the big deer, then his gains would be even greater. He did not need to swallow anything else and could directly find Chuli. After recovering his enlightened mastery's cultivation, he would definitely be able to defeat Chuli. Thinking of this, he became even more excited, so he gently stepped on the ground and smiled at the fawn. The fawn tilted its head and looked at him. Its clear eyes stared at him for a long time, as if hesitating. Then, it fiercely scratched and sent a stone flying. It let out a ing-ing sound, obviously recognizing Song Jifan at once. It turned its head and ran, rushing into the forest by the stream. Song Jifan saw that the situation was not good. He did not want the spirit beast to fly away, so he quickly rushed over. Ing-ing! Ing-ing-ing-ing! An angry deer's cry sounded, and a green and white light shot out of the forest, instantly appearing in front of him. Before he could react, the two lights had already reached his chest. Suddenly, an abundant force surged and knocked him out, causing him to fall heavily into the stream. Instantly, he was submerged in the ice-cold stream water. The stream looked very shallow, but in fact, if he lay down, he would not be able to show his head at all. He wanted to move, but his whole body was covered with a strange force that seemed to be flowing with electricity. His whole body was numb and unable to move. Even if he desperately wanted to move, he was powerless and could only watch himself lying in the water. He could see through the water that two deer had drawn close and were watching him closely. Fortunately, he had decided to seal his power at the Xiantian realm. If he was at the Hotian realm, he wouldn't be able to breathe through his mouth and nose. Then, he would have no choice but to leave. Otherwise, he would have drowned to death. The sect leader of Chongqing sect, a heavenly god expert, had actually drowned in a small stream. He would become the laughingstock of the world, and Chongqing sect would never be able to raise their heads again. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The two deer, one green and one white, were staring at Song Jifan. Seeing that his eyes were open and could even blink, the green deer obviously recognized him. It immediately cried out twice, then jumped down and kicked Song Jifan with its front hoof. Song Jifan wanted to avoid it, but it was impossible. He could only watch helplessly as he was kicked out of the water and sent flying into the air. The other white deer leaped into the air. It was more than 100 feet high, as though it was flying. Its antlers touched Song Jifan's lower back. Song Jifan suddenly opened his mouth wide. He wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound. His whole body was swallowed by intense pain, as if he was in flames or in a pot of boiling oil. The force of the white deer's antlers was extremely strange. Everywhere it passed, he felt unbearable pain. His body was paralyzed and he couldn't move. He couldn't even move his tongue. Opening his mouth was the limit. As soon as he opened his mouth, saliva flowed out and tears flowed uncontrollably. He looked extremely embarrassed. It was a great shame and humiliation. He couldn't wait to break the seal now, turn into an enlightened master, kill these two deer, and swallow the young deer. However, when he thought of Chuli, he immediately held back. Now, no one saw his embarrassing appearance. As long as he could hold his head high in front of Chuli, it would be fine. Moreover, deer were herbivores and had a docile temperament. Even if they were annoyed, they wouldn't kill him. At most, the two deer would torture him a little and then leave. They wouldn't kill him. When he thought of this, he closed his eyes and let his tears and saliva flow, pretending that he had fainted. Bam, 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 bam. The two deer, one green and one white, took turns to hit him, making him unable to fall. One of the two deer was on this side, and the other was on the opposite side. They were separated by 100 meters. Song Jifan flew around in the air like a ball being hit by them. He gritted his teeth in hatred, but the numbness in his whole body was getting worse. He couldn't even move his eyes, let alone his tongue. His vision was blurred, and his body flew around again. He couldn't help but feel the urge to vomit. Unfortunately, he couldn't vomit even if he wanted to. His stomach and intestines were paralyzed, and even his heart had stopped beating. If it weren't for his strong body and the existence of the ageless longevity technique, he would have been played to death by the two deer. He secretly regretted that he should have broken the seal. Those who said that deer were gentle animals deserved to die. They tortured him like this. Not to mention humans, even weaker spirit beasts would have died. At this point, even if he wanted to break the seal, he couldn't do anything. He couldn't circulate the Heart Sutra to break the seal, so he could only resign himself to fate and persevere until they were done playing. Wah wah! The young deer cried out and also jumped into the air. It imitated the green and white deer and hit Song Jifan with its antlers. Song Jifan groaned inwardly. Although this deer was small, it was in no less pain. After playing for a while, the young deer got bored and turned around to run away. The green and white deer saw it and hurriedly followed. Song Jifan fell heavily to the ground with a bang and couldn't move. After a while, he finally recovered a bit of strength. The numbness faded a little, and he hurriedly stood up. His mouth was full of blood, and his internal organs were seriously injured. However, for him who cultivated the ageless longevity technique, these were only superficial injuries and weren't serious. He turned over and sat up, then went to the stream to wash his face. His face was full of tears, saliva, and snot, which made him feel disgusted. After washing up, he immediately felt refreshed. His mood also improved. He just treated it as a nightmare and forgot about them. It was better to find spirit beasts and leave as soon as possible. The 100,000 mountain range was really too powerful. If he didn't seal his martial arts, he would die without a doubt. But if his martial arts were sealed, it was also extremely dangerous. There were dangers everywhere, and every spirit beast was a threat. He sighed and forcefully exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Then, he got up and walked along the stream into the mountain. After a dozen steps, his expression changed slightly. He was startled and looked at a cave on the mountainside. He suddenly had a strong intuition that this cave might be hiding something very important. He looked around and slowly walked toward the cave. He didn't feel any danger, so he boldly walked in with confidence. When he entered the cave, he found that it was a very shallow cave with some withered grass inside. Because it was facing south, it was clean and there were no insects. He observed carefully and felt that something like the spiritual bear might have been here. But since it wasn't here now, it should have moved away long ago, leaving only this place. He looked carefully and felt that it was a little strange. If it was just a cave, it wouldn't give him such a feeling. He reached out and knocked on the stone wall and found something strange. Chapter 1685. Chi! He drew a circle with ease. The treasure sword cut through the stone wall like tofu, forming a circle without any obstruction. With a gentle suction and pull, the round stone slab was pulled out and placed aside. Suddenly, a soft light shone out and fell on his body. He saw that it was still a cave inside. This cave was much more spacious than the one outside. Everything inside was made of white jade. There were jade beds, jade tables, jade chairs, jade stools, and jade cabinet. There were rows of ancient books on the shelves, which made him very envious. This was obviously a cave residence, which must have been left behind by a senior master. An old man sat on the jade bed in the center. The old man was lifelike and seemed to be meditating. There was no sign of decay. His face was rosy and his skin was smooth. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. He wore a snow-white robe that wrapped around his body, which shocked Song Jifan. He was startled and focused his senses. The old man was indeed lifeless, but with such a lifelike face, he could not help but think that the old man was an enlightened master, but this enlightened master did not have an enlightened God field. If an enlightened master ascended to heaven, his remains would emit an enlightened God field, which would be a great deterrent. Grandmasters would not be able to get close to it, let alone destroy it. Only enlightened masters could get close, and enlightened masters would not destroy the remains of enlightened masters. Respecting an enlightened master was the same as respecting oneself. He frowned and thought about it. Was this old man really alive? He floated into the cave and slowly approached the old man. Then, he closed fist saluted and coughed. "Senior, sorry to disturb you. I am Song Jifan. I did not know that you were meditating here. Please forgive me." After he said this, he saw that the old man did not move. He became bold and took 2 steps closer, but he still could not sense the enlightened God field. After he was this close, he could sense that this old man was not an enlightened master. He became bolder and circled the old man. After carefully examining him, his long sword slowly moved toward a jade box in the old man's hand. The jade box was about the size of a book page. After the long sword moved toward the jade box, he took a step back to prevent the old man from suddenly waking up and attacking him. Although he was certain that the old man was dead, such a soundless and lifelike scene gave him the misconception that the old man was not dead and was merely meditating. The long sword opened the jade box, but there was no mechanism. He then used the long sword to pick up a small booklet from the box. The yellowish booklet was shining with a bright yellow light. This silk paper was definitely not an ordinary item. He used his sword to pry open the outermost sheet and saw the first sheet. He was startled. Art of the Tiger. Art of Imperial Tiger. Song Jifan thought for a moment and muttered to himself. After a moment, he remembered and was overjoyed. Art of Imperial Tiger, haha, Art of Imperial Tiger. He thought about what kind of martial art this was. The Art of Imperial Tiger, one of the main cultivation techniques of the Spirit Beast sect, was on par with the Art of Imperial Dragon of the Immortal Attraction Mountain. It was the core cultivation technique of the Spirit Beast sect. Why did it appear in the hands of this old man? Could it be that this old man was also a disciple of the Spirit Beast sect? He then remembered that ever since the Spirit Beast sect entered the 100,000 Hills, they were completely annihilated. No one knew how they were annihilated. They only knew that they were surrounded and killed by supreme-rank spirit beasts. As for how many of them died, no one knew. After all, no one entered the 100,000 Hills, and it was impossible to see. Furthermore, no disciples of the Spirit Beast sect escaped. The annihilation of the Spirit Beast sect became a mystery. This old man actually had the Art of Imperial Tiger. He must be a disciple of the Spirit Beast sect that escaped, or a remnant of the Spirit Beast sect that hid here. In the end, he didn't dare to come out and sealed himself in a cave like this. When he thought about this, his respect for this old man disappeared. As for the fact that he was immortal like a god after death, he must have consumed some spirit fruit in the 100,000 Hills that had such a miraculous effect. It was not because of his cultivation level. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration and could not help but laugh out loud. He suddenly remembered that Chuli was also a disciple of Goddess Attraction Mountain and cultivated the Art of Imperial Dragon. Chuli was also a proud and arrogant person. He must have been disdainful or unwilling to be conferred as a god by the Outland, so he wanted to become a god himself. In this world, if one wanted to become a god, other than finding another way to use the body transformation pill, there was only one other way, and that was to cultivate the unique study of the Spirit Beast sect's 4 sections. Chuli learned the Art of Imperial Dragon, so he must want to learn the art of Imperial Tiger. When he thought about this, he was overjoyed. He wanted to dance and celebrate. He felt that he found the key to get back the Sky Killer Sword. It was this art of Imperial Tiger. If he used the art of Imperial Tiger to exchange for the Sky Killer Sword, Chu Li would definitely agree. He had no choice but to agree. Otherwise, he would threaten him to tear the art of Imperial Tiger and make it completely lost. Chu Li's path to become an enlightened master would also be severed. He could only obediently become an enlightened master. Chu Li would not be satisfied. He would definitely think that even if he gave him the Sky Killer Sword, he could still take it back. When he thought about this, he could not help but laugh. Ha ha! He felt that he was finally in luck. His luck turned for the better. Who would have thought that after being beaten up so badly by the two deer, they would send him here? This was really joy after rage. Luck was still on his side and finally gave him a bright path. When he thought about this, he was anxious. Suddenly, footsteps and a light whistle came from outside. Then, with a roar, a spirit tiger appeared outside the cave. Song Jifan did not dare to delay any longer. He could not care about reading other books. He picked up the art of Imperial Tiger and disappeared. The next moment, he returned to the floating mountain. Chu Li was cultivating hard on the floating mountain. He realized that the vermilion bird's flame was still burning in his body. A small cluster of flames danced around in his body, looking for his weakness. It did not give up. He sighed inwardly. This ball of flame had its own soul and was like a living creature, constantly looking for an opportunity to take advantage of. Unfortunately, the power of the 10th level of the Supreme Vajra scripture was extraordinary, forcefully restraining its burning. Through the omniscient mirror, he knew every movement on the floating mountain. He knew that after Song Jifan came back, he quickly left. Although the bishop's basilica was protected by an invisible force and could not be seen, he could speculate from the situation outside the basilica. 2 days later, he was cultivating hard. Suddenly, his heart moved and he appeared in his own courtyard in the house of High Duke. Li Meng was still chanting under the glories will tree. She looked solemn like Guanyin. Chu Li nodded in satisfaction. He saw Xueling standing in front of him. She whispered, "Master, Song Jifan is here again." Chu Li smiled. He is alone? The omniscient mirror had already seen Song Jifan standing with his hands behind his back. His green robe was fluttering and his golden crown was shining. He had a graceful and luxurious aura. Yes. Xueling whispered, "There is no one around. It seems like he came alone. He seems to be fearless. I'm afraid he is not here with good intentions." Chu Li smiled and nodded at Li Meng. He then strode to the main door. He closed fist saluted and smiled at Song Jifan. "Chief Song, what brings you here? If you provoke me again, don't blame me for being merciless." "Chu Li, I am not provoking you this time. I want to make a deal," Song Jifan said. Chu Li smiled playfully. "Tell me." Song Jifan took out a thin booklet and threw it to Chu Li. Chapter 1686. Song Jifan looked at him with a smile. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking proud and proud. Chu Li looked up at him and continued to look down at the thin booklet. It was antique, obviously an antique. It was at least a few hundred years old. Although he did not know what material it was made of, it was definitely not an ordinary item. The words, "Tiger Taming Technique," were written on it. It shocked him to his core. He always thought that the other 3 heart techniques he was looking for were white tiger power. Now it seemed that it was not the case. It was most likely this tiger taming technique. He continued to read. There was only the first level of heart technique. Even so, it was already very subtle. Without a strong soul, it would be difficult to cultivate. He quickly scanned through it and imprinted it into his mind. Then, he tried to circulate it in his body. Suddenly, A strange aura appeared and circulated endlessly in his body. It was like fog or smoke, drilling into his bones and then disappearing without a sound. Chu Li used the omniscient mirror to observe his body. He then tried to clench his fist. He realized that his strength had increased. The tiger taming technique seemed to be good at increasing strength. His divine strength was already amazing. With the tiger taming technique, he would be even better. More importantly, this art of Imperial Tiger was the white tiger power that he had been searching for. Although he couldn't say it out loud, he could sense that it and the art of Imperial Tiger originated from the same source. They were the same mental cultivation method. He finished flipping through the booklet and looked up at Song Jifan. "Chief Song, what do you want?" "You should know what I'm thinking." "Chu Li, what do you think?" Song Jifan said proudly. Chu Li shook his head. "I don't understand." Song Jifan scoffed. "I have the complete tiger taming technique. Do you want it?" Chu Li smiled. "Yes, I want it. If the price is too high, then there is no need. Tell me your request." "Why ask when you already know the answer?" "Sky Killer Sword," Song Jifan said coldly. Chu Li shook his head. "Impossible." Song Jifan scoffed. "Chu Li, I know what you're doing." Chu Li smiled. "Oh? Cult Master Song, tell me about it." Song Jifan sneered. "You can't hide it from me. You definitely don't want to become a god. You want to cultivate to become one yourself. Am I right?" "Half right, half wrong." Chu Li shook his head and said, "I want to cultivate to become a god, but if I can't cultivate to become a god, of course, I can also become a god. It's the same whether I become a god or an enlightened master." "Wrong, very wrong." Song Jifan snorted and shook his head. "These guys who have become gods will never reveal the secrets behind this. To tell you the truth, there is a huge difference between becoming a god and becoming a god." Chu Li was curious. He only felt that becoming a god was freer, but becoming a god wasn't. It was as if he was shackled. Becoming a heavenly deity was supposed to be more carefree and unrestrained, so how could he be even less free? If that were the case, what would be the point of being a heavenly god? Thus, he had always been working hard to pursue the path of defying the heavens and becoming a god. Song Jifan said, "There's no harm in telling you this. After becoming a god, a trace of your soul will be locked in the sky beyond heaven. Your life and death will be in the hands of the sky beyond heaven. As long as the sky beyond heaven is angry, the so-called enlightened master will have no power to resist. However, becoming a god is different. The sky beyond heaven doesn't care at all. The world is vast, and you can do whatever you want without any restrictions." Chu Li nodded and said, "Indeed." Song Jifan snorted and said, "People like us, how can we be restricted by others?" Chu Li shook his head. "Actually, how can people be free and unrestrained? They will be restricted at all times. Unless you are cold and heartless and treat family and friends as nothing, then you can be free. Otherwise, how can you be free?" Being an enlightened master was actually no different from the officialdom. Even if one entered the officialdom was dangerous and there were many rules and regulations. It was not as free and unrestrained as the people in the countryside, but there were still countless people who wanted to step into the officialdom and become a person who stood at the peak of power. Even if an enlightened master was restricted, compared to the sky beyond heaven and innate masters, they were still people who looked down on all living beings. They were below 1 and above 10,000 people. Who could resist the temptation? Song Jifan sneered. "You don't mean what you say." "Alright, since you don't want to cultivate to become a god, let's forget about this deal. I'll leave the booklet with you. I'll go back and destroy the rest. This is the original copy of the taming tiger technique." Chu Li smiled and shook his head. Destroying the original copy and leaving a copy is the same. It's better to leave this heart technique behind. Song Jifan scoffed and said, "I can swear to God that I didn't leave a copy. Otherwise, I'll be struck by the 5 thunders." Chu Li laughed and did not say anything. He knew that Song Jifan was not afraid of the five thunders. Back then, he witnessed the heavenly thunder with his own eyes, and it still could not do anything to him. He also benefited from the heavenly thunder and achieved the 9th level of the indestructible physique of Vajra. Goodbye. Song Jifan turned and left. Chu Li said, Leader Song, you can actually give up. You will never get the Sky Killer Sword. I've already thrown it in the 100,000 hills. Ridiculous. Song Jifan turned his head and said coldly, You can go to the 100,000 hills. Chu Li smiled, Leader Song, if you can go to the 100,000 hills, why can't I? There's no harm in telling you. The Sky Killer Sword is in the valley of the Jade Bamboo Peak in the 100,000 hills. You can go look for it. So we can't make this deal and I can't get it back. Ridiculous. Song Jifan did not believe him at all. Chu Li smiled. So what you said about the Sky Killer technique in the Great Heaven Peak is also ridiculous. Do you really think I'll believe it? It's up to you whether you believe it or not. I've really been to the 100,000 hills but you haven't. Song Jifan waved his hand and said, Forget it. Since you're not interested, I'll just take it that I came for nothing. Chu Li said, How can I let Leader Song come for nothing? How about this, you leave the 2nd volume and I'll exchange someone with you. Who? Song Jifan's expression changed slightly. He scoffed, Bai Li Na? Bai Li Na is on the floating mountain. It's impossible to catch him. What about this person? Chu Li smiled. He raised his voice and said, Xue Ling. Yes, master. Xue Ling appeared in a white gown. She carried a handsome young man in her hand. She looked dejected. She stared at Song Jifan with her eyes wide open and smiled bitterly. Lu Jun. Song Jifan frowned. Chu Li smiled and said, What do you think, Leader Song? This person is considered your confidant, right? I'm ashamed to say this. I learned all this from you, Leader Song. Song Jifan gritted his teeth. His handsome face was filled with anger as if he was about to explode at any time. Chu Li, what a despicable person. He never thought that Chu Li would turn the tables. His ability to turn the tables was really hateful. We're in the same boat. You don't have to criticize me. Chu Li waved his hand and smiled. Now, let's have a good talk. Do you want to make this deal or not? Lu Jun, do you want to exchange for the 2nd volume of the Tiger Taming Technique? Song Jifan took a deep breath and looked at Lu Jun. Lu Jun quickly said, Leader, don't worry about me. He won't dare to kill me. Chu Li smiled and looked at him. Oh, why do you say that? Lu Jun scoffed and said, If you kill me, Leader will kill even more protectors of the House of High Dukes to avenge me. Chu Li shook his head. The protectors of the House of High Dukes will hide for a while, so he won't have a chance unless he barges into the House of High Dukes. But I'm guarding the House of High Dukes. Does he have the guts to come? Chapter 1687. Chu Li sighed and shook his head. If that's the case, then I won't trade. Sigh, Lu Jun, it's really a pity for you. In the eyes of your cult master, you're not even worth a mental cultivation method. This mental cultivation method isn't even a secret technique of your cult. It's just a very ordinary set of mental cultivation methods. It might be important to me, but it's actually not that important. I only have the art of dragon control and this art of tiger control. The remaining 2 mental cultivation methods have basically been lost, so there's no difference between cultivating 1, 2, or even 3. I won't let you have your way. Lu Jun gritted his teeth. Chu Li, kill me if you have the guts. Chu Li shook his head. We're not enemies. How can I kill you? Xue Ling. Yes, master. Xue Ling nodded slightly. Her cold and beautiful face slightly darkened. Then, she slapped Lu Jun's lower abdomen with her left hand. Ah! Lu Jun suddenly screamed. His eyes widened. You, Xue Ling gently shook his collar. He suddenly trembled and his inner energy flowed out faster. In the blink of an eye, it was all gone. His body was like a punctured balloon. All the air had escaped. Lu Jun. Song Jifan shouted and said coldly, "Chu Li, don't you dare." Chu Li smiled. "This time, I've crippled his martial arts. Next time, I'll just kill him. That way, he won't be sneaking around all day. If he wants to cause trouble for the House of High Dukes, he'll die." "Chu Li, I originally wanted to trade but now I've changed my mind." Song Jifan gritted his teeth. "Originally, I wanted to trade the second half of the tiger taming technique for Lu Jun. But now I won't trade the whole thing. I'll only trade a part." Chu Li smiled and looked at him. "What do you mean?" Song Jifan took out a small, antique booklet and threw it to Chu Li. "You've crippled Lu Jun's martial arts, so I can only give you this booklet. I don't have the last one. If you don't let Lu Jun go, I will destroy the last booklet. I swear to God that I'm not lying." Chu Li took the booklet and flipped through it. He nodded thoughtfully and could not help but laugh. "This is only the second booklet. Looks like you've torn each layer into a booklet and want to trade with me layer by layer. I still have one. It's the rest of the mental cultivation method." Song Jifan shook his head. "But it's not with me." Chu Li sighed. "Looks like you don't have any sincerity in the deal at all. You're just toying with me. If that's the case, then forget it. Let's go our separate ways. I'll kill Lu Jun and you'll tear up the tiger taming technique. We'll go our separate ways." With that, he turned around to leave. "Wait." Song Jifan gritted his teeth and said, "What's the use of keeping the heaven slaughtering sword?" Chu Li shook his head. "That's a rare treasure sword. I can use a sharper treasure sword to trade with you," Song Jifan said. In addition to the last mental cultivation method, think about it carefully. There won't be many opportunities like this. This is the only time. Chu Li smiled and said, "Leader Song, it looks like you still haven't given up. Let me tell you, forget about the tiger taming technique. Even if you give me the remaining 3 mental cultivation methods, I won't trade." "Why?" Song Jifan was puzzled. Chu Li smiled and said, "Because I know that once you get the heaven slaughtering sword, the first person you kill will be me." "I can swear to God that I won't kill you," Song Jifan said. Chu Li shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, I don't believe your oath. Are you afraid of the heavenly thunder?" Song Jifan's expression changed slightly. He said coldly, "I'm not a treacherous person like you." "Whether I'm treacherous or not, we both know." Chu Li shook his head and said, "Leader Song, you should just give up. You don't have to do it again and again. It's impossible for you to get the heaven slaughtering sword. It's better to think of other ways to dominate the world." "Chu Li, are you really so determined?" Song Jifan squinted his eyes and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Must you block my way?" Chu Li said, "This road is blocked." "Good. Good." Song Jifan took out a thick ancient book. In front of Chu Li, he tore a few pages and threw them to him. He then rubbed his hands together and the pages turned into powder. Chu Li reached out and took the pages. He shook his head and laughed. "If that's the case, there's nothing else we can talk about, right? Since it's a deal, I'll be generous this time, Xueling." "Yes, master." Xueling threw the pages. Lu Jun shot towards Song Jifan like a stone. Song Jifan reached out his hand and gently touched Lu Jun. Lu Jun landed firmly on the ground. He looked depressed and sighed. "Leader, I've embarrassed you." "Shut up." Song Jifan patted his shoulder. "You go first." "Yes, leader." Lu Jun quickly nodded. Song Jifan patted him on the shoulder and instantly restored his inner energy and cultivation base. This was one of the marvelous aspects of the art of ageless live forever. It was almost magical. Lu Jun flew away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chu Li squinted his eyes and smiled. The art of eternal youth was indeed strange but also wonderful. Song Jifan took a deep breath and said slowly, Chu Li, since there's no possibility of a deal, let's fight for real. Chu Li smiled. Leader Song, do you think you can block my sword technique? I'll try, Song Jifan said. Chu Li squinted his eyes. Suddenly, there was an explosion on Song Jifan's left shoulder and a small hole appeared. Ha ha! Song Jifan laughed coldly. Let's see how many more times you can use it. He suddenly flashed in front of Chu Li. Chu Li did not move. He stared at him and shot the god-killing needle again. Bang! Another small hole appeared on Song Jifan's right shoulder. His shirt was torn and a piece of white jade could be seen turning into powder. There were still a few pieces of jade on his shoulder. They were obviously able to block the god-killing needle. Chu Li looked at him in surprise. Amazing! Song Jifan smiled proudly. Your sword technique is just extraordinary. Once I'm on guard, what can you do to me? He secretly rejoiced. He did not expect these pieces of tranquil heart jade to block Chu Li's sword technique. These tranquil heart jade were used by the church for the disciples' cultivation. They could assist in cultivation and increase the efficiency of cultivation, thus increasing the speed of cultivation. They were usually placed in cattail hassocks, and the disciples did not know about them. He secretly dismantled some of these and placed them on his shoulder. They could protect him from a close distance. Chu Li frowned and stared again. Bang 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 bang. Small holes continued to appear on Song Jifan's shoulder. In the end, his entire shirt was blown to pieces. Since his shoulder was gone, it could only fall off, revealing a vest that showed off his strong arms. His muscles were soft like a cheetah's. Song Jifan attacked Chu Li with all his might but was dodged every time. The God's Field did not hinder Chu Li at all. The 10th level of the indestructible body of titanium was far more powerful than imagined. It could completely block the God's Field, and could even form its own unique field. It was just that its range was extremely narrow and was far from the God's Fields. Even so, it faintly had the might of an enlightened master. As a grandmaster, such might was comparable to an enlightened master. Chu Li suddenly laughed out loud. Leader Song, your protective talisman is gone. Can you still block it? Song Jifan scoffed. Chu Li, can you still use your sword? Chu Li said, no more, no less. I have one more sword. Then try it. Song Jifan sneered. Chapter 1688. Chu Li sighed. If that's the case, then take this. The last god-killer needle pierced out. Humph! Song Jifan groaned. His expression changed slightly, but he gritted his teeth to suppress his trance. Facing Chu Li's right palm, he fiercely slapped it down. Bam! Both of them flew out. Chu Li somersaulted in the air and pierced out with another god-killer needle. Ah! Song Jifan was caught off guard. He screamed and fell straight down. Chu Li was overjoyed. He was about to rush forward, but he suddenly flipped back and dodged far away. Bam! Song Jifan slapped his palm in front of him. His hand slowly returned to its normal size. The palm just now almost doubled in size. His blood vessels were like huge earthworms wriggling. It was hideous and terrifying. A huge palm print appeared on the ground. It seemed to be faintly cracking. If Chu Li rushed forward, he would have been hit by this palm. Although he did not know the name of the palm, such a powerful palm was indeed amazing. Even if he took it, he might not be unscathed. So, he pierced out with another god-killer needle. Song Jifan groaned and suddenly disappeared. Chu Li shook his head and did not chase. It seemed that the power of his god-killer needles was not enough. In the future, he should combine two needles into one. Next time, he would be able to restrain him. The next moment, Song Jifan appeared next to Lu Jun and then disappeared with him. The next moment, he appeared in the main hall of the floating mountain. Bishop. Lu Jun saw Song Jifan's pale face and quickly said, "Are you okay? Do you want to rest? Do you think I am not his opponent?" Song Jifan said coldly. Lu Jun shook his head. Of course not. Song Jifan scoffed. I am angry because of something else. This is all my fault. Lu Jun shook his head and sighed. I didn't want to go to Chongming Town, but something happened. I wanted to secretly take a look, but I didn't expect to be caught. Chongming Town's spies are too powerful. Stay away from there in the future. Don't look for trouble. Song Jifan scoffed. Even I can't get anything out of it, let alone you. Yes, yes. Lu Jun quickly nodded and said, no wonder Elder Bai has always been defeated by the E-Public House. It's not that Elder Bai is useless, it's that the people from the E-Public House are too powerful. As they were talking, Elder Fong floated in. She was dressed in a dark green gown and had the graceful figure of a young lady. She glanced at the two of them and smiled. Bishop, you look so pale. Did you suffer a setback at Chu Li's side? Humph. Song Jifan sat down angrily. Lu Jun did not dare to look at Elder Fong. Elder Fong said, I just heard that Cult Master wants to see Bailey Na. Well, I want to ask him what ideas he has. Song Jifan said, this old guy is quite resourceful. Elder Fong chuckled. Why? Chu Li didn't make a deal? No. Song Jifan shook his head and said, I have completely given up now. Being soft won't work. I have to be forceful. I have to snatch it back. Actually, if we find the other 3 heart techniques, he will be tempted. Only one, it's difficult. Elder Fong shook her head and said, think about it. As long as he has the 3 heart techniques, he will have a chance to become an enlightened master. Then, he will not be afraid of you. However, with only one, he can't become an enlightened master. How can he block your Sky Killer Sword? Yes, that's right. Song Jifan scoffed. He is afraid of me, so he doesn't dare to hand over the Sky Killer Sword. Thinking about this, he felt much better. Every time he suffered a setback at Chu Li's hands, he would suddenly realize that Chu Li was still afraid of him. Then, he would be energized and his fighting spirit would rise again. Elder Fong said, it's a pity that we can't find the other 3 heart technique. Otherwise, we can really send them to him in exchange for the Sky Killer Sword. Even if he became an enlightened master, he would only die under the Sky Killer Sword. It was impossible to escape. As long as he had the Sky Killer Sword, there was no harm in letting Chu Li become an enlightened master. It was like fattening livestock before eating it. That's not possible. I still have to cultivate even if I have the heart technique. I don't know how long it will take to cultivate the 3 heart technique. I can't wait. Song Jifan shook his head. Elder Fong nodded lightly. Leader, did you destroy the heart technique? Yes, the original has been destroyed. Only a copy is left, Song Jifan said. Then let Bailey Na send it to the secret vault. He must be extremely curious about the secret vault now. It's good to let him gain some knowledge so that he will be more loyal. Elder Fong smiled sweetly. That's good too. Call Bailey Na over. Song Jifan nodded lightly. Yes. Lu Jun quickly closed fist saluted. He quickly disappeared from the basilica. Song Jifan scoffed. Lu Jun was also caught by Chu Li and his martial arts was crippled. He really went too far. He used Lu Jun to trade with me. I almost couldn't find a way out. Luckily, he crippled Lu Jun's martial arts first. Otherwise, I would have to exchange the heart technique for Lu Jun. Leader, do you really intend to trade? Elder Fong smiled faintly and glanced at him with her charming eyes. Song Jifan nodded. This tiger taming technique is not considered an exquisite heart technique. What's wrong with giving it to him? Elder Fong chuckled. She knew that the leader did not mean what he said. Footsteps were heard. Chu Li followed Lu Jun in big strides. Leader, Elder. Chu Li closed fist saluted and stood aside respectfully. Song Jifan picked up a jade box from the desk and was about to pass it to Chu Li. Elder Fong took it first. She gently opened the jade box and carefully flipped through the booklet. She nodded in satisfaction. Bailey Na, this is a heart technique that the leader obtained from a fortuitous encounter. Chu Li smiled. Congratulations, leader. I wonder what kind of amazing heart technique it is? Tiger taming technique. Elder Fong smiled faintly and closed the jade box. She passed it to Chu Li. It was originally an amazing technique of the Spirit Beast sect. Now it's considered a secret of our faction. Take it and send it back to the secret vault. Chu Li took it with both hands and carefully said, Yes. Don't look through it on the way. This is the rule. Elder Fong said, Yes. Chu Li nodded firmly. Song Jifan said, Lu Jun you. Elder Fong smiled. There's no need for Lu Jun. Bailey Na can do it himself. All right. Song Jifan slowly nodded. Yes. Chu Li carefully kept the jade box in his arms. He closed fists, saluted, and left the basilica. Lu Jun said, Leader, Elder Fong, Elder Bailey might not know the way. Should I show him the way? If he doesn't know the way, he won't ask? Elder Fong chuckled. Everyone knows about the secret vault. You don't have to worry about it. You, on the other hand, tell me in detail how you were caught by the e-public house. Sigh. It's a long story. It's really inexplicable. Lu Jun looked dejected. As soon as I stepped into Chongming Town, I was immediately discovered. Even if I disguised myself as an old man, I still couldn't escape. These people are really amazing. You have to be more careful in the future. Elder Fong said. Did you reveal any important information? Don't worry, Elder. I won't say a word even if I die. Lu Jun nodded vigorously. Elder Fong's charming almond-shaped eyes looked at him gently. She nodded slowly and felt that he was not lying. She smiled. In that situation, it's actually okay to reveal some information. Next time you're caught, don't be stubborn. Just say what you need to say. Our longevity faction is open and honest. There's nothing to be afraid of. Of course not. Lu Jun shook his head. Elder Fong chuckled. Song Jifan said, All right, Elder. Stop teasing him. Lu Jun, go and rest. Chapter 1689. Chu Li's footsteps were calm and slow, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. He knew the location of the secret vault. It was in a cave in the northwest of the floating mountain. There were few people there and the surroundings were bare. It was almost impossible to sneak into the vicinity unknowingly. The jade box in his arms seemed to be emitting a cold aura, reminding him of the existence of the tiger taming technique. He had an urge to take the tiger taming technique and disappear. It did not matter even if his identity as Bailey Na was exposed. This was the best opportunity to obtain the tiger taming technique. Once the tiger taming technique entered the secret vault, it would be impossible for him to break in again. However, once Bailey Na's identity was exposed, all his efforts would disappear. If he could succeed and stir up internal strife, he might be able to enter the secret vault again and obtain the tiger taming technique. He might even be able to enter the secret vault to choose a secret skill or divine power if he made a contribution. Therefore, there were many opportunities to enter the secret vault. He just needed to wait. However, he did not want to wait now. The appearance of the tiger taming technique was a great motivation for him. He once again cheered up and escaped from the predicament of having nowhere to go. He could reinvigorate himself and set off again, striding forward. He did not have much time. One by one, the enlightened masters were getting stronger. The opponents around him were getting stronger. If it was not for the deterrence of the deity killing sword, Monk Luan Ming would have already made a move. If they continued to get stronger, the deity killing sword might not be of any use. He needed to keep moving forward and sprint on the enlightened master's path. He wanted to catch up with them faster and even surpass them. He wanted to stand at the top and look down on all living beings, no longer bound by the Grandmaster's boundary. Thinking of this, he once again had a strong urge and clenched his fist. He took a deep breath and slowly calmed his heart. The scene of entering the basilica was slowly replayed clearly. He played the expressions of Song Jifan, Lu Jun, and Elder Fong one by one. He saw every detail clearly. In the end, he seemed to have realized something. He shook his head and smiled. He thought about it and decided to take the risk because he had the omniscient mirror. The omniscient mirror was far beyond what others could imagine and could do what others could not. He did not open the jade box. Instead, he pressed his hand on the box and activated the omniscient mirror. A layer of invisible energy enveloped the jade box, preventing his vision from entering the box. He could only wander around outside. After some thought, a god-killing needle slowly emerged from the void of his mind. It was like a real needle that slowly probed into the jade box and silently made a small hole in it. After the god-killing needle retreated, the jade box returned to its original state. An invisible force filled up the hole and sealed it tightly again. The omniscient mirror could not penetrate it. A smile appeared on Chu Li's face. His footsteps slowed down as if he was deep in thought. Once again, the omniscient mirror followed the god-killing needle into the box and observed the thick booklet. It was indeed a newly copied heart technique. He could not help but feel a little surprised. Could it be that this was a real copy and not a fake? It was not difficult for the omniscient mirror to read without opening the book. He read it page by page clearly and imprinted it into his mind. When he walked to the entrance of the cave, he had already finished reading the tiger taming technique. He also saw that the booklet had been tampered with. 2 of the page's footers had become soft. It was only a small piece, the size of a needle's eye. If he flipped it, a small powder would fall. It was so small that it was unnoticeable. If it was not for the omniscient mirror's meticulous nature, he would not have noticed it. Chu Li immediately understood Elder Fong's intention. She was still worried and was inspecting him. This woman was really suspicious. It was also because of this that she was able to take charge of the Heaven's Punishment Hall. Who is it? An elder in linen opened the cave's circular stone door. He squinted his eyes and looked at Chu Li against the sunlight. He scoffed, "This is a forbidden area. Unless you have the bishop's permission, you are not allowed to come here." Chu Li fist saluted, "Senior, I am Bailey Na. I am here under the bishop's order to pass this tiger taming technique to the secret vault." Tiger taming technique. The elder in linen was tall and burly. He stood in front of him like an iron tower. He said slowly, "Is it the spirit beast sex tiger taming technique?" Chu Li shook his head, "I don't know. Since it's called the tiger taming technique, it must be correct." The elder in linen looked excited. He rubbed his hands together and took the jade box from Chu Li. Chu Li said, "Please give me the token." "Okay." The elder in linen looked at the jade box and nodded in satisfaction. He took out a jade pendant and passed it to Chu Li. "Just give this to Elder Fong." "Yes." Chu Li fist saluted and left. As soon as he left, Elder Fong fluttered over. The elder in linen fist saluted and passed the jade box to Elder Fong. Elder Fong chuckled, "How is this little fella? His aptitude is not bad." The elder in linen shook his head. "Elder Fong, have you taken a fancy to this little fella? If he can pass the inspection, we can send him out." Elder Fong said, "He's a smart fella. Our church is lacking this kind of fella." The elder in linen nodded. Elder Fong's decision will never be wrong. Elder Fong glanced at him with her phoenix eyes, shook her head and opened the jade box. She looked at the heart technique of the tiger taming technique and nodded in satisfaction. There was no powder inside. It was obvious that it had not been searched. It seemed like she had made a mistake. This Bailey Na was not Chu Li. If it was really Chu Li, she did not believe that he could really resist. Even if his identity was exposed, it was worth it to snatch this secret manual. Moreover, this was the real heart technique of the tiger taming technique, and not a fake. This heart technique was insignificant to the Church of Longevity. After all, the ageless longevity technique was much more profound than the tiger taming technique. More importantly, it was not the era of the spirit beast sect. The spirit beasts were all in the 100,000 hills. Even if they had the tiger taming technique, they could not cultivate it. However, it was different for Chuli. He had already cultivated the dragon taming technique. If he cultivated the tiger taming technique, in addition to the vermilion bird technique and the black tortoise technique, he would have the hope of becoming a god. It was needless to say how important it was. Elder Fong, how was it? The elder in linen asked. Elder Fong nodded in satisfaction. I passed. Congratulations, Elder Fong. The Church of Longevity has grown stronger again. The elder in linen smiled. You can read this heart technique, but it's best not to cultivate it. Otherwise, you might hurt yourself. Elder Fong glanced at him and said faintly, the tiger taming technique is different from other heart techniques. Yes, Elder Fong. The elder in linen nodded. Elder Fong passed the jade box to him and fluttered away. Chuli returned to his courtyard and started to figure out the tiger taming technique. He realized that it was similar to the dragon taming technique, but there were also some differences. However, the path was of the same origin. It was just that the specific channeling route was different. Time passed by unknowingly. When the sun set, Lu Jun knocked on the door of his courtyard with the smell of alcohol. He sat down at the stone table in the courtyard. Chuli sat down and smiled at Lu Jun. Brother Lu, did you suffer a loss? You don't look so good. Sigh. Don't mention it. Lu Jun shook his head and sighed. He let out a breath that reeked of alcohol. He told Chuli what happened and said dejectedly, it seems like I'm not as good as the tiger taming technique in the bishop's eyes. Chuli quickly looked around and frowned. Brother Lu, don't talk nonsense. Why can't I talk about it? Lu Jun scoffed. I'm disappointed. Chapter 1690. Who knows? Lu Jun scoffed. Chuli said, I don't think so. Think about me. I offended the public house and in the end, didn't I just get rid of my martial arts? I didn't have to worry about my life. It's the same for you. You didn't hurt anyone from the public house. How could you be killed? That's true. Lu Jun was startled and slowly nodded. Chuli smiled and said, the bishop is wise and powerful. You must have seen through this and was certain that Chuli would not do anything to you, Brother Lu. That's why you hesitated and did not accept Chuli's threat. This Chuli, Lu Jun scoffed. He's extremely cunning. The bishop is too inexperienced in front of him. He's suppressed in every way. He's the bishop's nemesis. Don't say that. Chuli quickly waved his hand and helplessly shook his head. Brother Lu, don't drink anymore. Drinking makes things worse. Be careful of your words. All right. Lu Jun also felt that his words were inappropriate. He was still very sober, just slightly tipsy. He was bolder than usual and more open-minded. That was why he said some things without thinking. After saying it, he also felt that it was inappropriate. Chuli said, in short, the bishop will not harm us. Sigh. Yes. Lu Jun nodded. Chuli sighed in relief and smiled. I've encountered this kind of thing twice. It's nothing. We're just grandmasters. We can't fight against an enlightened master. It's okay to suffer losses. If I had to say, Chuli is really amazing. Lu Jun shook his head and said, even though I've been captured by him, I still admire him quite a bit. He's obviously just a grandmaster, but he's able to fight against an enlightened master. He's the first one, not even the bishop can do it. That's true. Chuli nodded. So it's not embarrassing to fall in the hands of such a person. Yes. Lu Jun seemed to be finally happy. He laughed. All right, I won't disturb your cultivation anymore. I'm leaving. He got up and left. Chuli watched as Lu Jun disappeared into the twilight. He shook his head and smiled. Lu Jun was too naive. Song Jifan was not a broad-minded guy. If he had heard what Chu Li said, he would probably have cast Lu Jun aside and abandoned him. In Song Jifan's eyes, the disciples of the Chongshan denomination should trust him unconditionally and follow his orders without hesitation. They should never ask why and just do as he said. They were his swords and knives, not people with their own thoughts. Chu Li appeared on Goddess Attraction Mountain again and rang the bronze bell. Dong Jianxin hurried over and said helplessly, "Junior brother, what's wrong? Why are you disturbing Master's hard work again? He is currently in closed-door training to deal with the great changes." Chu Li saw that he was disheveled and smiled. "What big change? I don't know either." Dong Jianxin shook his head and said, "Judging from Master's solemn expression, it doesn't seem to be a small matter. Maybe something has happened in the realm beyond heavens. In short, there is nothing wrong with cultivating hard." Chu Li nodded. Dong Jian said in his heart, "What happened this time?" Chu Li smiled and said, "Senior brother, I got a tiger taming technique." "Tiger taming technique?" Dong Jianxin was stunned and then overjoyed. "Is it really the spirit beast sex tiger taming technique?" Chu Li nodded slowly. "Quick, let me see," Dong Jianxin said hurriedly. Chu Li shook his head. Dong Jianxin suddenly showed a disappointed look. "That's true, this technique is too precious." Chu Li smiled and said, "Senior brother, what are you thinking about? It's just that this technique is still in my head and I need a pen and paper." "Then come into the hall quickly." Dong Jianxin showed an embarrassed expression and at the same time, he was touched. He hurried into the hall and ground the ink himself. Because this hall belonged to Master Zhou Dunley, there was usually no one in it. It was empty and the ink was dry. It needed to be ground again and the paper was laid out. Dong Jianxin did it meticulously. As the two were busy, suddenly there was a dragon's roar. The golden dragon flashed golden light under the bright moon and appeared in the clouds. Zhou Dunley floated into the hall and looked at Chu Li with a smile. He nodded with satisfaction. "Master!" Chu Li fist saluted and put down the pen. Dong Jianxin also solemnly saluted. Zhou Dunley waved his hand and smiled. "What are you writing?" Junior brother said he obtained the tiger taming technique and wants to write it down. Dong Jianxin said excitedly. "He obtained the tiger taming technique?" Zhou Dunley was stunned and then his expression changed slightly. He shook his head and sighed. "Then it's best not to write it down." "Why, master?" Dong Jianxin was puzzled. The tiger taming technique is an antique study comparable to the dragon taming technique. It's useless for our Goddess Attraction Mountain. Zhou Dunley waved his hand. "It's best not to cultivate it." "Master?" Dong Jianxin was even more puzzled. Zhou Dunley sighed and shook his head. "Chu Li, you really surprise me. You can always do these impossible things. The spirit beast sect was obviously destroyed, but you were able to obtain this antique study." Chu Li smiled and said, "I got it by accident, it was a coincidence." "Do you know that there are no disciples of the spirit beast sect in the Outland?" Zhou Dunley said. Chu Li narrowed his eyes. "Because of the spirit beast? Supreme spirit beast?" "That's right." Zhou Dunley sighed. "The disciples of the spirit beast sect caused so much trouble that they provoked the spirit beast to retaliate and annihilated them. They were completely annihilated and disappeared from the world." Chu Li asked, "Then why do we and the Black Tortoise Mountain still exist?" "They're all good-for-nothings and they're apatheicized." Zhou Dunley said, "As long as they're apatheicized, there's nothing to worry about." "If that's the case, why are there still 4 techniques that are gathered and perfected?" Chu Li was puzzled and his thoughts raced. Zhou Dunley said, "This is also the tacit understanding between the Outland and the Supreme Spirit Beast." Chu Li pondered and smiled bitterly. Could it be a trap? A trap to lure the disciples of the Spirit Beast sect out? Something like that. Zhou Dunley said, but you can't say it's completely a trap. If your cultivation level is high enough, you can still survive, but you need to be extremely lucky. Chu Li said, what did the disciples of the spirit beast sect do that angered everyone? Species mutation. Zhou Dunley shook his head and sighed. Combining different spirit beasts to create a new type of spirit beast. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and slowly sighed. They're really digging their own graves. Although spirit beasts were collectively called spirit beasts, they were actually completely different types, such as turtles, cranes, dragons, and tigers. The difference between spirit beasts was like the difference between humans and spirit beasts. There was no difference. Combining different types of spirit beasts was like combining humans and beasts. Spirit beasts were smarter and stronger than humans. Such a method was no different from digging their own grave. It was really unimaginable. Zhou Dunley said, if we only cultivate one heart technique, the spirit beasts won't bother with us. If we cultivate 4 heart techniques, it's fine if we don't become an enlightened master, they won't bother with us. But if we become an enlightened master, we'll definitely be hunted down by the supreme spirit beast. Master, why didn't you say so earlier? Dong Jianxin said, you've caused trouble for junior brother. Zhou Dunley looked up at the sky and shook his head with a smile. I'm worried about the Black Tortoise Mountain. I thought your junior brother would cause trouble for the Black Tortoise Mountain. Moreover, your junior brother is bored, it's fine to find something to do. Sigh. Dong Jianxin shook his head. Chu Li smiled. Master, you want me to go against the Black Tortoise Mountain? He immediately understood that it was not that Master did not want to say it, but he was bound by the heavenly rules and could not say it. Zhou Dunley said, if I can obtain the heart technique of the Black Tortoise Mountain and combine the two to create a new heart technique, that would be the best. This was also my idea when I was young. Unfortunately, it never came true. This tiger taming technique and dragon taming technique, they're quite compatible, but... Chapter 1691. Chu Li suddenly said, Master, don't worry. I won't just cultivate one. I'll merge them into one and create a new heart technique. That's good. Zhou Dunley smiled and looked at Chu Li with satisfaction. This disciple of his was the most worry-free one. He didn't have to break the heavenly rules and clearly understand what he meant. His comprehension was truly amazing. Looking at Dong Jianxin's confused expression again, he shook his head helplessly. This eldest disciple's personality was simple, straightforward, and honest, rigid and serious. Chu Li said, Master, you wanted to merge 2 into 1 when you were young. It's not too late now, right? No. Zhou Dunley shook his head and looked up at the sky. Chu Li nodded, indicating that he understood. But there were 2 guesses as to why it was impossible. One was that after becoming an enlightened master, the heart technique was set and could not be changed. The other was that he missed the opportunity to obtain the heart technique of Black Tortoise Mountain and could not covet it after becoming an enlightened master. Zhou Dunley said, it's dangerous to do this, but it's the only way. Unfortunately, Dong Jianxin hurriedly said, Master, what else is there to regret? Zhou Dunley shook his head. If you want to cultivate the spirit beast sex heart technique, spirit beasts are the foundation. You need to cultivate them one by one. It's very time-consuming. You can't be as lucky as the evil nether dragon every time. Chu Li said, Master, don't worry about the spirit beasts. I have my own ideas. That's good. Zhou Dunley smiled. If you can comprehend the 4 heart techniques and merge them into one, that would be the best. Dong Jianxin scoffed, Master, it's already lucky to get the tiger taming technique. You want to get the black tortoise power? Besides, there's also the invisible vermilion bird power. It's even more impossible. He still felt that Master was not straightforward. He should just say what he could in one breath. Why did he have to be so hesitant and make his junior brother suffer for nothing? Chu Li did not complain. This was the reason why he did not want to become an enlightened master. Master Zhou Dunli must be even more helpless. That's why he let him suffer and secretly hoped that he could cultivate to become an enlightened master. Zhou Dunli said, "Getting the tiger taming technique is already beyond my expectations. With Chu Li's luck, it's not impossible to find the vermilion bird power. I will do my best." Chu Li smiled. He already understood what Zhou Dunli meant. There was only one way to become a heavenly god without being surrounded and killed by superior-grade spirit beasts, and that was to merge the 4 mental cultivation techniques into one, a brand new mental cultivation technique, and then cultivate to become a god. In this way, not only did he abide by the rules of the Outland, but he would also not be chased by the supreme spirit beasts. However, the art of dragon manipulation and the other 3 mental cultivation techniques were all profound, and it was not an easy task to merge them together. Moreover, they still couldn't find the vermilion bird divine art. Moreover, according to Zhou Dunli's opinion, it would be better to cultivate the black tortoise divine art. With the 2 cultivation methods complementing each other, the cultivation speed would be faster. Chu Li decided to follow Zhou Dunli's instructions. He still had to listen to the old man's advice. Moreover, he had the vitality-devouring tortoise by his side, so it would be easier for him to cultivate the black tortoise power. His biggest problem now was that he did not have the black tortoise power. He could not just run to the Black Tortoise Mountain and snatch the black tortoise power. It was impossible, or else the black tortoise power would have spread far and wide. As for the vermilion bird power, he thought of the little vermilion bird, who was probably still waiting to kill him. As for taming it, he had no such thoughts at all. This little vermilion bird had the shadow of a supreme-grade spirit beast, and taming it would be suicide. "Alright, I have to go back first. I won't be able to come back for a while." Zhou Dunli stood up. Chu Li asked, "Master, what happened?" "It's useless to talk about the Outland." Zhou Dunli shook his head, his expression solemn and serious. Chu Li hurriedly asked, "Is it about our goddess attraction mountain?" "No." Zhou Dunli said, "The Azura boundary is nearest." "Forget it, Chu Li, you must be careful. Don't anger the spirit beasts, or I won't be able to protect you." "Yes, master." Chu Li fist saluted. Dong Jianxin hurriedly said, "Master, you have to be careful too." Zhou Dunli smiled and nodded, fluttering out of the basilica. Under the gazes of Chu Li and Dong Jianxin, he flew up and got on the back of the golden dragon. Then, the golden dragon let out a soft roar and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Sigh. Why does Master have to get involved in the Outland's affairs? Dong Jianxin sighed. Master should just stay at Goddess Attraction Mountain and not care about anything. Chu Li laughed. As an enlightened master, I have no choice. That's true. Dong Jianxin sighed. I hope nothing happens to Master. It's too dangerous to get involved in the Outland's affairs. Chu Li said, Master is not a celestial after all, nothing will happen to him. Sigh. I hope so. Dong Jianxin nodded helplessly. Chu Li smiled. Senior brother, do you still need the tiger taming technique? Write it down. Dong Jianxin said, even if you can't cultivate it, it's good to read it. Oh right, where's the spirit beast ring? Chu Li smiled. I put it somewhere else. Dong Jianxin scoffed. Put such an important treasure somewhere else? Chu Li smiled. It's too inconvenient to carry it around. All right then. Dong Jianxin said, after I look at the tiger taming technique, I'll see if I can combine them. Chu Li nodded and did not say anything else. He wrote down the tiger taming technique. In the early morning, Chu Li turned back into Bailey Na and returned to the courtyard of the floating mountain. He immediately began to comprehend the tiger taming technique in the courtyard while slowly practicing his fist technique. There was a knock on the door. Bailey Na, Elder Fong wants to see you. Chu Li agreed and opened the door to the courtyard. He saw a delicate and pretty girl standing outside. She smiled at him and said, "Bailey Na, come with me." "Thank you, senior sister Emo," Chu Li Fist saluted. Emo Jingya smiled. "Being called senior sister by you makes me feel uncomfortable all over." Chu Li smiled. "Those who reach first come first. I joined the sect late, so of course I have to call you senior sister. Just call me Emo Jingya." Emo Jingya shook her head. Chu Li said, "You don't have to be so polite, senior sister Emo." The two talked as they arrived at the Heaven's Punishment Hall. They saw Song Jifan and Elder Fong there. Lu Jun stood at the side and gave him a look. Chu Li nodded to show that he understood. After Chu Li Fist saluted, Song Jifan said, "Bailey Na, I'm going to start my isolated cultivation. I'll leave the outside matters to you and Lu Jun." Chu Li was stunned. "If the bishop goes into isolated cultivation, then Chu Li?" Song Jifan sneered. "Let him be proud for a while. Once I've mastered the divine technique, it'll be a piece of cake to take care of him." Chu Li looked at him suspiciously. Song Jifan's face darkened. "Why, you don't believe me?" Chu Li shook his head. "Since the bishop is so confident, of course I believe you. But how long will it take?" "Half a year is enough." Song Jifan scoffed. Chu Li quickly said, "That's good. I'm just afraid that the bishop will go into isolated cultivation for more than 10 years. I don't know what Chu Li will be like by then." "Don't worry. I'll avenge you." Song Jifan scoffed. "And Lu Jun's revenge?" Lu Jun said, "I'm counting on the bishop." Elder Fong was beaming with joy. She was obviously very happy. She smiled sweetly. "Don't worry. Before this, the bishop still looked down on Chu Li. But now, he won't. Once the bishop has mastered the enlightened master's martial arts, killing Chu Li will be a piece of cake. Old and new grudges will be resolved together. Then I'll wish the bishop great success." Chu Li Fist saluted. Chapter 1692. Song Jifan said, "Your mission is to stay outside and gather information. Don't miss out on any news about Chu Li. If you think that I need to be disturbed, then send a message back." Chu Li nodded and smiled. "Nothing is more important than your cultivation of the divine technique." Song Jifan scoffed. "What if he becomes an enlightened master?" Chu Li smiled. "It can't be. It's very possible. He knows how powerful I am. Once he hears that I'm in isolation, he might make this risky move. Once he becomes an enlightened master, call me immediately." Song Jifan said. "Yes," Chu Li nodded. Elder Fong's charming gaze fell on Lu Jun. "Young Lu, you're still inexperienced. Listen to Bailey Na." "All right." Lu Jun was not convinced. He was an old man, but when he thought about Bailey Na's experience and foresight, he was indeed not as good as him. Moreover, he was indebted to Bailey Na for saving his life. He said slowly, "I will cooperate with Bailey Na to gather information." Chu Li smiled. "From what I see, we should gather our own information and summarize it for Elder Fong. Brother Lu and I have different sources of information, so we can cross-reference each other to reduce any errors." "That's good." Elder Fong nodded in satisfaction. Song Jifan waved his hand. "Listen to Elder Fong for the rest. I will inform you once I'm out of isolation." Chu Li and Lu Jun closed-fist saluted and were about to leave. Elder Fong said, "I'll tell you directly. Young Lu, bring Bailey Na to Startling Goose Mountain. You can stay there and pay attention to hiding your tracks. Don't get caught by Chu Li." "Yes." The two closed-fists saluted and left the basilica. "Is there anything else you want to bring, Elder Bailey?" Lu Jun asked. Chu Li shook his head. "Then let's go directly," Lu Jun said. The two fluttered down the floating mountain and talked as they walked. "Startling Goose Mountain is one of our strongholds outside. It's a very hidden place," Lu Jun said, "but we still have to be careful. It's only 500 miles away from Chongming Town." 500 miles. Chu Li frowned. That's a little close. 150 miles was a long distance to a normal citizen. They would need to sit in a carriage for a long time, and they would need at least a month to cover that distance. But to martial artists it was nothing. If they used lightness skills, they would not need to spend too much time. Lu Jun sighed. It's too far away. How can we gather news about Chu Li? Chu Li nodded slowly. I don't want to stay there. Let's split up and find a place where only the two of us know where to meet up. Then, we'll just send the news back to the floating mountain. You don't trust Jing'an Mountain? Lu Jun frowned. Chu Li said, It's not that I don't trust them, but I'm afraid that if I get caught, they'll ask me about the place and implicate too many people. That's true. Lu Jun nodded. After walking for a day, the two of them decided on a rendezvous point. They would meet every 10 days, gather information, and then send it to the floating mountain. After that, the two of them went their separate ways. Chu Li suddenly returned to his own courtyard in the High Duke's public house. He sat by the stone table and pondered. Li Meng was chanting Under the Glories Will Tree. She turned a deaf ear to his appearance. Xue Ling had already appeared. She only served him tea and did not disturb him. Chu Li sighed and took a sip of tea. Plans could not keep up with changes. Who would have thought that he would be sent out, messing up his wishful thinking and destroying the idea of stirring up internal strife in the floating mountain? More importantly, Song Jifan was very smart. After he destroyed Chu Li's fantasy, he knew that there was no other way to get the Heaven Killer Sword. So, he took the safe path and suppressed the opposing voices. It was not possible to stir up internal strife, so he could only wait for an opportunity. Looking at Song Jifan's appearance, it was obvious that he was confident that he could restrain the God Killer Sword. When that time came, it would be bad for Chu Li. Chu Li felt a sense of urgency. He had to cultivate quickly and become an enlightened master as soon as possible to increase his strength. Unfortunately, he did not find the Heaven Killer Scripture. If he could master the Heaven Killer Scripture, it would not be difficult to deal with Song Jifan. He used the omniscient mirror to look for information about the Heaven Killer Scripture when Song Jifan was in trouble. Unfortunately, there was an invisible force in Song Jifan's mind that blocked the information about the Heaven Killer Scripture. Chu Li knew that he should not look anymore or his life would be in danger. Moreover, he could not break through that layer of protection. He did not know if he could use the God Killer Sword to bypass that layer of protection and peek at the Heaven Killer Scripture. He took another sip of tea and suppressed all kinds of distracting thoughts. The only thing he could do now was to cultivate the tiger taming technique. The next moment, he put down the teacup and suddenly disappeared. He appeared in the backyard of King An's imperial residence. It was already a bright morning. Shao Qi was reading in the backyard while Shao Shi was practicing her swordsmanship. The backyard was bathed in the bright sunshine. It was calm and peaceful. When she saw him, Shao Qi put down her book and smiled. Shao Shi glared at him and continued to practice her swordsmanship, ignoring him. Chu Li greeted her and put his arm around Shao Qi's waist to return to his courtyard. Shao Qi blushed and shook her head, but she did not reject him. Soon, they arrived at the bedroom and got on the bed. Chu Li pressed his body down and was about to enter the alley when he suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Shao Qi was lying on her back with her eyes closed. Her hair was like a dark cloud and her face was blushing. She was so beautiful that she opened her watery eyes and looked at Chu Li in confusion. Chu Li smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's bitter. Shao Qi was even more confused. Chu Li sighed. Looks like we're going to spoil the fun today. What's wrong? Shao Qi put her arm on his shoulder. Chu Li turned over and said, There's a ball of vermilion bird's vitality in my body. I can't get rid of it. There was always a vermilion bird's flame burning in his body. However, with the indestructible body of diamond, it could not be extinguished. It seemed to be endless and could burn for 1 year, 10 years, or even 100 years. Once he merged with Shao Qi, this ball of flame would enter her body. Shao Qi had cultivated the regal sword scripture, but her body was not strong enough to withstand the vermilion bird's flame. If they were to cooperate, it would be harming her. Thus, he could only forcefully stop it. After he explained the situation, Shao Qi pursed her lips and smiled. "It's nothing. Is this vitality going to be okay?" Chu Li shook his head. "It's not a big deal for now. It might be a blessing in disguise, but I can't do anything about it now." "It's good that it's a blessing in disguise." Shao Qi smiled. "Oh right, the situation in Fairy's capital has changed again." Chu Li looked at her curiously. Shao Qi flicked her hair and revealed her beautiful and slender neck. "The crown prince is strong again." Chu Li raised his eyebrows and nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that not only the enlightened master's power had increased, but the crown prince's too. Shao Qi said, "The secret guardians hall has appointed a new commander." "Which one?" Chu Li asked. "Meng Xiaoqi." Shao Qi shook her head. "He seems to be someone who suddenly jumped out of a rock. I've never heard of him, and he's not famous at all. How did he become the commander of the secret guardians?" Chu Li frowned. "Is he the emperor's man or the crown prince's man?" Chapter 1693. Chu Li nodded thoughtfully. "To be so mysterious, it's obvious that he has a great background. He shouldn't be someone newly recruited by the crown prince. In my opinion, we should ask Lady Lu." Shao Qi smiled faintly. Chu Li smiled and pulled her into his arms. Then, they lay down on the bed and sighed. "This Commander Meng is a new official. Is he trying to burn our heads?" "Yes." Xiao Qi nodded. 2 days ago, he brought the secret guardians to search King An's imperial residence. They said that they were trying to eliminate the disciples of the Holy Church of Light. Chu Li's expression changed slightly. Shao Qi glanced at him and said faintly, "I heard that you're friends with the saint of the Holy Church of Light, so I had to be careful. I turned the imperial residence upside down and almost angered second eldest sister." Chu Li's face darkened. "Looks like they're using me to establish their dominance." He was now famous. Whether it was within the Ji dynasty or the entire world, he was a well-known figure. Commander Meng's decision to make an example of him as soon as he was promoted showed his strength and determination. There was even a hint of provocation in his tone. It seemed like he had something up his sleeves, which was why he did not dare to fight his way up. Shao Qi furrowed her brows. "Of course, but you also know that you can't be impulsive. Maybe he predicted that you'd come looking for him, so he gave you another sneak attack." Although Chu Li was strong, he was not invincible. Moreover, even if he was an invincible martial arts master, he still had to be careful of conspiracies. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against an arrow in the dark. Even the most powerful martial arts master could fail miserably. Chu Li slowly nodded and said, "Yes, I have to find out. I really have to look for Lu Yurong." Shao Qi nodded. "I didn't mean it this time. It's best to ask Lu Yurong." Chu Li smiled and said, "This Meng Xiaoqi, I'm really curious about what he's capable of and what kind of background he has." He was not in a hurry to take revenge. He wanted to find out more about the situation first. A little more time wouldn't make a difference. The older one was in Jianghu, the more timid he became. He was not so arrogant as to push down all obstacles. As his martial arts became stronger, he became more cautious. "Go ahead." Shao Qi smiled and nudged him. Chu Li said, "It's not a big deal. Let's talk again." "I don't mind waiting for a while." Shao Qi said, "It's better to ask him as soon as possible. I've been feeling uneasy, and I haven't seen second eldest sister holding her breath. She's just worried that you'll be impulsive, so she didn't say anything." She knew Chu Li well. Although he was young, he was cautious and steady. He would not act recklessly and impulsively just because he was angered. Instead, he would be even more cautious. Chu Li got up, put on his clothes and left. He appeared in a delicate and elegant courtyard in the Ren public house. It was already noon. Lu Yurong was sitting in the pavilion in the courtyard, eating alone. She seemed to be deep in thought. Suddenly, she felt Chu Li's presence and looked up. Chu Li gave a fist salute. Lu Yurong shook her head and smiled. "You don't visit me for no reason." Chu Li could not help but laugh. "Yes. Are you here to inquire about Meng Xiaoqi?" Lu Yurong was dressed in a snow-white gown. Her skin was like jade, and her whole body was surrounded by a faint aura of immortality. Even when she was eating, she still looked like a fairy who did not eat the food of the mortal world. Chu Li sat opposite her. Lu Yurong raised her voice, "Xiao Yu." "Yes, Mississippi," a delicate and pretty maid fluttered over and offered a bowl and chopsticks. Then, another maid brought a jade cup and a jade pot. Lu Yurong personally poured a cup of wine for him. She shook her head and sighed. "This Meng Xiaoqi, I am also very curious about who he is." Chu Li smiled. "Don't tell me he jumped out from a crack in the rock?" "It does look like it came out from a crack in a rock." Lu Yurong nodded lightly. "When I was in the Crown Prince's residence, there was no such person. Based on my investigation, this person also appeared out of thin air." Chu Li said, "If that's the case, how could he gain the trust of the Crown Prince and the Emperor to take over the secret Guardian's Hall?" "Exactly." Lu Yurong nodded. "Unfortunately, I can't go to the Crown Prince's residence to personally meet this person. But this person is very mysterious, and his methods are ruthless. His martial arts is very high. He is not easy to deal with." Chu Li frowned. "Is he hostile towards me, or is he using me to establish his authority? If he wants to use me to establish his authority, his ambition is not small. Looks like he's using you to establish his authority," Lu Yurong said. "If he is hostile, he would not just search the imperial residence and do nothing else." Chu Li slowly nodded. Lu Yurong clapped her hands. The maid called Xiao Yu left gracefully. After a while, she came back with a stack of files. She placed them on the stone table, taking up most of the table. Lu Yurong pointed at the files. Chu Li picked one up and flipped through it. It was all the information about Meng Xiaoqi. Who he talked to, what he said, his daily routine, and a clear portrait. Chu Li looked at the portrait. The portrait was of a young man. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He had a sharp nose and thin lips. There was a hint of gloominess in his handsomeness. One look and you could tell that he was not an easy person to deal with. Chu Li sighed. "He's so young. Could he be of royal blood?" "It's highly possible." Lu Yurong nodded. "I have the same feeling, but there's no way to verify it. If he's from the royal family, he must be very secretive. Outsiders would not be able to find out." Chu Li nodded. "What level is his cultivation level?" "I'm afraid he might not be weaker than me." Lu Yurong frowned. She could not understand it. It was a coincidence that she managed to cultivate to this level. It was a miracle that could not be replicated. It seemed like she was luckier than Chu Li, but there was another young man who was just as lucky. Chu Li said, "I'd like to meet him." "Most people don't know what level your cultivation level is." Lu Yurong smiled. "Except for a few enlightened masters. The enlightened masters today are stronger than before, so they might not be afraid of you." Chu Li nodded. This was also the source of Meng Xiaoqi's stubbornness. Ling Wufeng must have tacitly agreed to it. He felt that he had the upper hand, so he no longer had any scruples. If Ling Wufeng did not want to offend him, Meng Xiaoqi would not use him to establish his dominance. Lu Yurong said, "How about this? I'll test him out first. He won't dare to do anything to me." Chu Li shook his head and laughed. "Forget it, I'll do it myself. It's time to give the Emperor a warning." Lu Yurong scoffed. "He becomes arrogant once he's proud." The Lung family is like that. He can't be too proud or he'll become another person. The crown prince was like this, and so was the emperor. Like father, like son. Chu smiled and nodded. That might not be the case. He might teach me a lesson first. After drinking 2 cups of wine, he suddenly disappeared and reappeared in a restaurant in Fairy's capital. The omniscient mirror spread out and appeared in the secret guardian's hall. He saw a young man sitting in the basilica. It was the new commander, Meng Xiaoqi. He was thin and tall. Although he was slightly short, he gave off a strong sense of vigor. He seemed to have sensed something and suddenly looked in Chu Li's direction. It was as if he was looking at Chu Li through the omniscient mirror. Chu Li was startled. He squinted his eyes. Something was wrong. Chapter 1694. He narrowed his eyes and thought about it. He was getting more and more curious about this Meng Xiaoqi. Even if Meng Xiaoqi noticed something, it was only for a moment. Chu Li continued to observe him but noticed that his body was shrouded in a layer of white light. He could not see anything. This situation could only mean that he was protected by a treasure or that his cultivation level was high. The omniscient mirror could not make a conclusion, no matter how much he looked at it. It seemed like he had to test it out himself. Meng Xiaoqi was going through the dossiers at a very fast speed. He read them one by one as if he was flipping through them casually, as if he was not paying attention at all. However, Chu Li understood that Meng Xiaoqi had a photographic memory, just like him. As he observed Meng Xiaoqi with the omniscient mirror, a handsome young man walked towards him. It was Zhuo Feiyang. Zhuo Feiyang was dressed in a blue tunic. He sat in front of Chu Li with a cold expression. He attracted the attention of the people around him as they stole glances at him. Zhuo Feiyang looked straight ahead as he sat down. He glanced at Chu Li and closed-fist saluted as if he was a stranger. Chu Li asked, "Where did Meng Xiaoqi come from?" "Meng Xiaoqi?" Zhuo Feiyang frowned and raised his hand. The waiter ran over eagerly. Zhuo Feiyang ordered a few dishes and a bottle of wine. "I really don't know anything about this person," Zhuo Feiyang said. Chu Li raised an eyebrow. "He's not from the Crown Prince's residence?" "He's from the Crown Prince's residence, but he wasn't a member of the Crown Prince's residence before." Zhuo Feiyang shook his head. "I've never seen him before. It seems like he just popped out of nowhere. He might be a top-notch master recruited from somewhere else." Chu Li snorted. Zhuo Feiyang said, "Of course there must be something wrong with him. Unfortunately, I didn't dare to look into it." Chu Li pondered. "Have you seen him with your own eyes?" "Yes." Zhuo Feiyang nodded. "When I stand in front of him, I feel inexplicably guilty and a little cold. It's as if he can read my mind. It's very uncomfortable." "So," Chu Li said, "like sitting in front of me?" Zhuo Feiyang looked at him and nodded helplessly. Chu Li smiled. "Seems like he's also someone who can read people." "Yes, he is very powerful," Zhuo Feiyang said. "I heard that he managed to get rid of 3 spies in the Secret Guardian's Hall in just 2 months. He's like a pair of discerning eyes. He's really amazing." Chu Li asked, "What else?" "There must be some news, as long as you pay attention." "If there's anything else." Zhuo Feiyang thought for a moment before he suddenly raised his head and said, "There's one more thing." The Crown Prince's attitude in front of him was a little strange. Chu Li looked at him with interest. Zhuo Feiyang gripped his wine glass and thought for a moment. The Crown Prince did not seem to be talking to a subordinate. He seemed to be trying to curry favor with the Crown Prince. It was a very slight feeling, but my gut feeling was right. Chu Li became more and more interested in Meng Xiaoqi's background. He smiled and said, "After he entered the Secret Guardian's Hall, he didn't do anything to the Secret Guardians, did he?" "No." Zhuo Feiyang shook his head. "He did not kill anyone. Even if he found out that there was a traitor, he would only report it to his superiors. As for how to deal with it, He did not make any decisions. He did it very cleverly, and his hands were not stained with blood. Chu Li nodded. He saw that the Mei Air courtyard was empty. There was not a single person in sight. Qin Jin and the others were old, while Yang Zhongwen, Dong Qifei, and the Ning brothers were young. He was afraid that they had been harmed by Meng Xiaoqi. If that was the case, it was very likely that he had been transferred out because he was worried about his old subordinate. Zhuo Feiyang said, I originally wanted to investigate him more, but I realized that this guy's methods were too powerful, so I decided to forget about it. I don't want to give myself away and lose the bigger picture because of a small mistake, am I right? Chu Li smiled and nodded. Smart. Zhuo Feiyang scoffed proudly. Although I am not as good as you, I am not stupid. His Highness the Crown Prince has always been holding a grudge against the imperial residents of Qing'an. He was afraid that the young prince would leave the temple again, but now it seems that he is not worried anymore. Chu Li said, Meng Xiaoqi's actions, was it the Crown Prince's idea, or was it his own? It should be his own idea. Zhuo Feiyang thought about it and shook his head. The Crown Prince still has reservations about you. That's good. Chu Li nodded. Meng Xiaoqi knew the Crown Prince's intention, but he still deliberately provoked him and suppressed the imperial residents of Qing'an. It could be that he wanted to show the Crown Prince that the imperial residents of Qing'an was weak and not to be feared, or that he was above the Crown Prince and the Crown Prince's intentions did not matter. No matter what, this Meng Xiaoqi was up to no good, so Chu Li really had to find out more about him. Who exactly was this mysterious person? There must be some inside story to be able to gain the trust of the Crown Prince and Ling Wufeng in such a short time. Chu Li's curiosity was burning, and he could not wait to find out the truth. As the two of them spoke, Chu Li suddenly raised his eyebrows. He saw a group of secret guardians leaving the secret guardians' hall in a hurry. They were as agile as galloping horses, and there were 10 of them in total. They were moving at lightning speed, and they did not say a word to each other. Chu Li knew that they were about to make a move when he saw their expressions. Moreover, the person leading them was an old acquaintance of his, the centurion of Mei Yi Courtyard, Chen Donghai. Chen Donghai's face was tense, and his expression was solemn. There was a solemn and stern look between his brows, and he did not say a word as his feet fluttered. The 9 people behind him were all elders, and their cultivation levels were all grandmasters. They were the elites of Mei Yi Courtyard. Centurion. One of the elders hesitated. Are we really going to make a move? Can we disobey the commander's order? Chen Donghai turned his head and glared at him. If I can disobey, of course, I don't want to make a move. I'm just afraid that we'll be unlucky. The elder's eyebrows were all white and he was short. He squinted his eyes. We're the ones who will make a move. The commander can just push the blame to the end and say that he doesn't know. The commander won't. Chen Donghai shook his head. The elder said, It seems like the commander isn't afraid of Centurion Chu now, but what if Centurion Chu makes a move? The commander's martial arts are unfathomable, and he might not be inferior to Chu Li. Chen Donghai scoffed. The elder shook his head. Centurion Chu has killed enlightened masters before, and we can't estimate the depth of his cultivation level. Even if the commander can defeat him, can he protect us? What do you think? Chen Donghai scoffed. The elder looked around and lowered his voice. Why don't we send someone to inform him in advance? Chen Donghai's face darkened, and he stared at him coldly. The elder hurriedly said, Centurion, don't tell me that you think I'm Chu Li's man? That sounds like a good idea. Chen Donghai scoffed. The elder hurriedly waved his hand. If I'm really Chu Li's man, I won't say anything. I'm doing this for the sake of us brothers. Centurion, the commander has just taken office, and he needs to consolidate his power. Centurion, you have the highest authority and prestige, and our Mei Yi courtyard is the strongest. Don't spout nonsense. Chen Donghai hurriedly said. The elder shut his mouth, and after a while, he sighed. I'm just afraid that we'll become innocent ghosts in our own muddle-headedness, and the commander will use someone else to get rid of us. That way, he'll make room for the commander's man. Shut up, shut up. Chen Donghai lowered his voice and shouted angrily, glaring at him. The elder said no more and retreated to the group. The other 9 elders stared at Chen Donghai with bright eyes. Chen Donghai sighed. Don't seek death. Our new commander is so shrewd that he'll definitely be prepared for this. If you don't want to die, you'd better listen to his orders. Chapter 1695. Chu Li sat in the restaurant and took a sip of wine. He had already read Chen Donghai's mind and knew what they were going to do. They were going to enter King An's imperial residence again to provoke them. They wanted to claim that King An's imperial residence was hiding people from the Holy Church of Light. They wanted to investigate the identities of all the imperial residence's scribes and protectors. If their identities were unclear, they would capture them and bring them to the secret guardian's hall for investigation. They would rather capture the wrong person than let a disciple of the Holy Church of Light escape. If there was resistance, it meant that they had a guilty conscience. They would be captured, and if they dared to resist, they would be killed. They were preparing for a big battle. Chu Li frowned and pondered. After some thought, he lifted his head and said, I'll leave first. You stay here and don't do anything. Don't look for news about Meng Xiaoqi. Okay. Zhuo Feiyang nodded. Chu Li closed fist, saluted to express his gratitude and left. The next moment, he suddenly disappeared and appeared in the backyard of King An's imperial residence. Xiao Shi and Xiao Qi were both in the backyard. They were chatting and laughing in their white gowns. Xiao Shi was teasing Xiao Qi. When Chu Li appeared, Xiao Shi glanced at him. You went to look for Lu Yurong? Chu Li said, Miss Lu doesn't know either. This Meng Xiaoqi seems to have popped out from a rock. No one knows his background, but he's trusted by the crown prince and the emperor. It's really strange. Xiao Shi frowned. You're saying that he's a disciple of the imperial family and might have the blood of the Lin clan? Chu Li said, everything is still unclear. I'll investigate carefully. Oh right, there's a group of people from the Secret Guardians Hall coming to search King An's imperial residence. They said that there's a disciple of the Holy Church of Light hiding in King An's imperial residence. They must find him no matter what. Slander. Xiao Shi scoffed. Meng Xiaoqi is too much. Is he forcing us to make a move? Obviously. Chu Li smiled. He's forcing me to come out, right? Are you going to make a move? Xiao Shi turned to look at him. Chu Li slowly nodded. I have no choice. Otherwise, how can we be confident when King An's imperial residence's reputation is trampled? Isn't this exactly what he wants? Xiao Shi frowned and said, If it really doesn't work, I'll go talk to the Empress. They can't bully us like this, can they? Chu Li said, The Empress might not want to see you this time. Let me do it. Xiao Qi and Xiao Shi were worried. Chu Li smiled. It's a small matter, don't worry. All right. Xiao Shi scoffed and said, I keep feeling that the Emperor's expression is different. His original arrogance has returned. Looks like he thinks he can take care of you. You better be careful. Chu Li nodded and walked out. He ordered someone to open the main door and walked out slowly. He stood on the steps and sized up Chen Donghai's group of 10, who were rushing over from the corner of the street. Chu Li smiled at Chen Donghai. Centurion Chen, it's been a while. How have you been? So it's Head Chief Chu, long time no see. Chen Donghai reluctantly cupped his fist. His heart trembled as he knew that he was doomed this time. It was impossible for him to complete the mission, and he could only return in low spirits. Chu Li smiled and said, May I know why the secret guardians are here? Are they searching for the disciples of the Holy Church of Light? Exactly. Chen Donghai braced himself and said, We've received orders from the commander to come to King An's imperial residence to search for the disciples of the Holy Church of Light. Someone reported that there are disciples of the Holy Church of Light hiding in your imperial residence. Chu said, "Didn't we search them the last time?" "The last time was just a general search to go through the motions. It's different this time," Chen Donghai said in a low voice. "We need to thoroughly investigate everyone. If they're of unknown origin, we must arrest them." Chu shook his head. "There are no disciples of the Holy Church of Light in our residence." This. Chen Donghai shook his head and said, "Head Chief Chu, we'll only know if there are or not after we investigate." Chu smiled. "The imperial residence is not a place where secret guardians like you can enter." "Head Chief, you're wrong." Chen Donghai braced himself and said, "We secret guardians have the right to investigate any residence, even King An's imperial residence. Those who stop us will be killed without mercy." Chu could not help but laugh. "Killed without mercy?" "That's right," Chen Donghai said in a low voice. He cried in his heart, "Don't be forceful, don't be forceful. Just deceive them and don't take it seriously." The more he cried, the more Chu would not let him do as he wished. He said slowly, "I'd like to stop you and see how the Secret Guardians Hall is going to kill without mercy." "Commander Meng, you've just arrived, and you want to start a fire? You've brought the fire to me. Interesting." "Chu, are you really going to stop us from searching?" Chen Donghai scoffed. Chu said, "Yes, you can do what you need to do." "If that's the case, we can only offend you," Chen Donghai said in a low voice. Chu glanced at the crowd and his gaze fell on an elder in the crowd. He smiled faintly. "You're not an elder from the Secret Guardians Hall, right? Are you new here?" The elder took a step forward and said, "I'm Hu Qing. Greetings, Head Chief." Chu smiled and said, "It's such a great honor to have such a hidden master come to my residence." "You flatter me," Hu Qing said. "How would I dare to say that I'm hidden in front of you, Head Chief?" Chu laughed out loud. All right, let's not beat around the bush. I'm sure that Commander Meng has already anticipated that I'll make a move since you're here. He must have a backup plan, right? Why don't we come together?" His gaze fell on the corner of the street. Hee. With a hearty laugh, Meng Xiaoqi appeared from the corner. He was followed by 4 elders. Their eyes were clear and bright, and their bodies were light as if they could float at any time. They surrounded Meng Xiaoqi. "I've long heard of your reputation, Head Chief." Meng Xiaoqi smiled. "Now that I've seen you today, you live up to your reputation. This is the Emperor's gold plate." He reached into his inner pocket and took out a gold plate. Under the sunlight, the word amnesty was reflected on it. It looked like a flying dragon and dancing phoenix was about to jump out of the gold plate. It was imposing. Chu frowned at the gold plate and said, "This is the Emperor's token?" Meng Xiaoqi kept the gold plate and shook his head. "Let's not talk about whether it's real or fake. Head Chief, are you going to hold onto the gold plate and prevent us from entering the residence to search? If there's really a gold plate, I really can't stop you." Chu shook his head and extended his hand. "I want to test the gold plate." "Please." Meng Xiaoqi smiled. "There's the Emperor's enlightened master's inner energy on it. You'll know whether it's real or fake at a glance." Chu took the gold plate. A strange inner energy immediately drilled into his body like solid mercury. It was pervasive and unstoppable. In an instant, it drilled into his internal organs as if it was going to freeze him. Chu looked up at Meng Xiaoqi. Meng Xiaoqi was smiling proudly. It was obvious that this move was meant to trick Chu. "Head Chief, do you have any objections?" Meng Xiaoqi asked with a smile. Chu sighed slowly. "The enlightened master's inner energy can't resist it. As a grandmaster, I can't either. Commander Meng's move is really brilliant. I heard that you've killed an enlightened master before. I'm sure you have a way to resist it." Meng Xiaoqi laughed. I'd like to see how powerful you are. Chun Donghai and the others stared at Chu Li with bright eyes. They could tell that Chu Li must have fallen into the commander's trap. It seemed that the commander was superior. He was able to trick Chu Li. Chu Li had planned everything. He had only plotted against others. He had never been plotted against by others. Chapter 1696. Haha! To think that Centurion Chu would have such a day. An elder could not help but say softly. His voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible, but everyone around him was a grandmaster with a profound cultivation level, so they heard him clearly. Chu Li glanced at the elder with a smile and sighed. Old man, don't tell me that I'm so unpopular with everyone that they want to see me suffer? Then, the elder was slightly embarrassed and closed-fist saluted without saying a word. When Chu Li was in the secret guardian's hall, he was gentle and warm to everyone. There was nothing much to say, and he almost never offended anyone. The only person he offended was Chun Donghai, and he had nothing to do with the other secret guardians. Nonetheless, his rise to fame still greatly stimulated the secret guardians in the secret guardians' hall, and they lamented that they had lived in vain. Meng Xiaoqi's face gradually darkened when he saw Chu Li chatting and laughing without changing his expression. Could it be that a grandmaster could really defeat an enlightened master? A grandmaster could only kill an enlightened master by luck, or when the enlightened master was at his weakest, or by using other trick. In short, when a grandmaster faced an enlightened master, it was like seawater facing a reef. No matter how profound one's cultivation level was, one could not withstand an enlightened master's inner energy. This was common sense, a rule that everyone knew and could not violate. Did Chu Li break this rule? Chu Li looked up at Meng Xiaoqi and carefully sized him up. Even though Meng Xiaoqi was right in front of him, he still felt that Meng Xiaoqi was covered by a layer of white veil. It was hazy and he could not see clearly. It gave him a strange feeling, and he wanted to lift the white veil to see clearly. Meng Xiaoqi frowned and asked, "Head chief, did you find out if it's real or not?" Chu Li shook his head. "Unfortunately, this gold plate is fake. The Emperor's enlightened master's inner energy shouldn't be so weak." As he spoke, he gently squeezed it. Suddenly, a fingerprint appeared on the gold plate as if it was branded on it. The original pardon word turned into Qi word. Meng Xiaoqi's eyes narrowed, and he stared at the fingerprint. As shrewd as he was, he could not help but change his expression. This was an enlightened master's token. Not only did it contain the enlightened master's inner energy, but it also contained a trace of the enlightened master's field and the pressure of an enlightened master. Leng Wufeng had especially given him this badge to use against Chu Li, but he did not expect Chu Li to break the badge so easily. This was no different from fighting Leng Wufeng face to face. Once the two of them fought, Chu Li could easily suppress Leng Wufeng, which was beyond his imagination. Is there such a strange person in this world? He was also sizing Chu Li up. The two of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere froze. After a while, Chu Li broke the silence and said with a smile, "The gold plate is fake. Commander Meng, are you still going to force your way into my residence?" "Of course," Meng Xiaoqi said solemnly. At this point, he had no choice but to act. Chu Li shook his head and could not help but laugh. "I think Commander Meng should think about it more, lest you humiliate yourself. The secret guardian's hall will never retreat. Even if we're no match for them, we won't retreat at the last minute." Meng Xiaoqi scoffed. Chu Li smiled. "That's not what the secret guardian's hall should be doing. The key to being a secret guardian isn't to kill but to explore. Commander Meng, aren't you turning the secret guardian's hall into the protectors of the Imperial House?" Meng Xiaoqi's expression was solemn. "That's the secret guardian's hall of the past. From today onwards, the secret guardian's hall will be different." Chu Li said, "You want to overthrow the tradition of the secret guardian's hall as soon as you take office. Commander Meng, you're really swift and decisive. I'm impressed. He smiled and closed-fist saluted. His sarcasm was obvious. Meng Xiaoqi sneered. Since the head chief insists on standing in the way of the secret guardians' hall, then we can only offend you. All secret guardians, listen up. Immediately enter King An's imperial residence and search for the disciples of the Holy Church of Light. If you encounter any resistance, kill without mercy. Yes. Everyone responded loudly. Chu Li squinted his eyes and chuckled. Kill without mercy. Meng Xiaoqi said, Head Chief, you're forcing me to do this. Chu Li said, That depends on everyone's capabilities. Chen Donghai glanced at Meng Xiaoqi and then at Chu Li. Meng Xiaoqi's expression was gloomy. He slowly glanced at the secret guardians and secretly sighed at the depth of Chu Li's power that made them so afraid. I'd like to experience the head chief's great skills. He took a step forward and punched lightly. Chu Li took a step diagonally to avoid it. At the same time, he formed a seal with his hands and shouted, Duo! The secret guardians were ready to make a move. They wanted to enter King An's imperial residence, while the commander was holding Chu Li back. As long as they entered, they would not be disobeying orders. At most, they would not kill anyone. As for listening to the commander's words and killing without mercy, they would be crazy. The imperial residence was not just any other place. It was the emperor's descendant. How could it be blasphemed? If they hurt the young ladies in the residence, it would be a great sin. If that happened, the commander might not be able to bear the consequences and they would be the unlucky ones. Suddenly, they heard the sound of thunder. Their vision darkened and darkness swallowed them. They fell limply to the ground and fainted. Chu Li scanned his surroundings. Everyone had collapsed, and Chen Donghai was no exception. Even the surname with the highest cultivation level? The elder had also fainted. He nodded in satisfaction. The power of the lion's roar had greatly increased after fusing with the god-killing needle. Meng Xiaoqi's expression was gloomy. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he shouted, Chu Li! Chu Li raised his head and glanced at him. Suddenly, the scene in front of him shook violently as if he had fallen into a formation. Then, he realized that Meng Xiaoqi's appearance had changed. He seemed to be lighter and his body was emitting a hazy white light like white jade under the moonlight. An oppressive force slowly emerged and stopped halfway. The white light on Meng Xiaoqi's body slowly converged and went back into his body to protect him. However, he stared at Chu Li with a gloomy face. What a great head chief! You really live up to your reputation. Chu Li smiled. Likewise. Who exactly is Commander Meng? I don't need to trouble you to ask. Farewell. He scoffed. Why aren't you getting up? Are you going to embarrass yourself here? The people who were lying on the ground pretending to be dead had no choice but to get up one after another. Those who were thick-skinned pretended to be nonchalant, while those who were thin-skinned showed embarrassment and left the imperial residence. Chu Li stood with his hands behind his back and his white robe fluttered. The protectors standing behind the gate looked at him and felt that he was tall and towering like a towering mountain guarding the imperial residence. With the head chief around, no one could break into the imperial residence. As he watched Meng Xiaoqi's back disappear, Chu Li was deep in thought. The omniscient mirror had been observing him and thinking about his strange situation earlier. Meng Xiaoqi seemed to be sealing his true cultivation level. He wanted to undo it but gave up on it. It seemed like he had some concerns or it was not the right time yet. Perhaps he wanted to settle the score with him in private? However, in this case, Commander Meng's reputation was completely lost. The prestige he had established in King An's imperial residence was also gone. Instead, it helped his reputation. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. The enlightened master's power was indeed fierce and overbearing. If it was in the past, he would not have been able to handle a six-fold enlightened master's power. Not only was it profound, but it was also purer. He was able to break it easily, but it was a stroke of luck. It was really unpredictable. Chapter 1697. P.S. The 52nd Alliance Leader is born. Alliance Leader 1? Chu Li returned to the imperial residence with a solemn expression and went to the backyard. Other than Xiao Qi and Xiao Shi, the other two princesses, Ling Ying and Ling Qing, also came over. When they saw Chu Li return, they all smiled sweetly. With Chu Li, the head chief, around, King An's imperial residence was like having a pillar that could support the heavens. They could be at ease. They quickly bid farewell and left Chu Li alone with Xiao Shi and Xiao Qi. "What's wrong? Aren't you happy that he ran away?" Xiao Shi asked with a smile. She felt relieved. Meng Xiaoqi was such a B****starred. He used King An's imperial residence as soon as he took office, just like the new commander. He knew Chu Li's reputation, but he still did it. It was obvious that he was aiming for Chu Li. This time, he personally went out to defeat Chu Li to establish his authority and reputation. Unfortunately, he did not succeed and was easily defeated by Chu Li. It was only one move. She felt relieved when she thought of his dirty face. Xiao Qi frowned. "Is there any more trouble?" Chu Li nodded slowly. "A lot." He took out the gold plate and handed it to her. Xiao Shi took it and looked at it carefully. She looked up at him. "I think this is real, right?" Chu Li nodded. "It's real." "Why is the Emperor's gold plate with him?" Xiao Shi was stunned. Her beautiful face changed and she scoffed. "The Emperor gave it to him, didn't he? What is the Emperor trying to do?" Xiao Qi frowned. Could it be the Emperor's idea? Why would he make things difficult for King An's imperial residence? After all, it's his son's widow. She found it unbelievable. Helping someone to bully the orphan and widow left behind by his son was not something a human could do. It was beyond her imagination. Xiao Shi scoffed. "He wants to fight Chu Li, right? He's ruthless." Chu Li nodded. It was obvious that Ling Wufeng's target was him. He wanted to test his limits. If he could not fight against the enlightened master's power on the gold plate, he would not be able to stop Meng Xiaoqi. Not only would he establish his authority for the secret guardians hall, but he would also be defeated. In that case, the Ji dynasty's Ling family would still be unstoppable. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. As an emperor, there was nothing wrong with what he did. He first considered his own interests and ignored his feelings. This was the nature of an emperor. Even if he had some human feelings in the beginning, it would fade after a long time as an emperor. In the end, he would become a cold-blooded person who only cared about the Ling family. "What do you want?" Xiao Shi scoffed. Chu Li smiled. "I want to have a good chat with the Emperor. It's time to talk to him." Xiao Shi sneered. She understood what Chu Li meant. He wanted to embarrass Ling Wufeng so that he would know that Lord Ma had 3 eyes and could not be provoked. Xiao Qi said, "This Meng Xiaoqi is a little strange." She tried to sense Meng Xiaoqi from within the mansion. With her current cultivation level, she could even escape unscathed from a heavenly god expert. However, she could not sense Meng Xiaoqi at all, as if he did not exist at all. She could sense this from Chu Li. It was as if he had become one with the void, and it was difficult to tell them apart, so she could not sense him. Chu Li's cultivation level could overpower an enlightened master, but Meng Xiaoqi should not have such a profound cultivation level. How could he do this? It was obvious that this person was strange and should not be underestimated even if she had defeated him this time. Chu Li nodded. "It's very strange." "It's strange indeed." Xiao Shi nodded. "I can't divine him with the heavenly heart technique at all. It's like he's an enlightened master." She was very compatible with the heavenly heart technique, so her cultivation level improved by leaps and bounds. Now, her cultivation level was not inferior to Chu Li's, and her divination was quite accurate too. However, she could not divine Meng Xiaoqi. Chu Li smiled. It's fine. I'll be able to tell if he's a human or a ghost. I'll go to the imperial house and have a chat with the emperor. Let's go, Xiao Shi was beaming with joy. Why don't we go with you? Chu Li shook his head. Forget it. I don't want to embarrass the emperor. That's true. We don't have to save him face anyway. Xiao Shi scoffed. Chu Li nodded and waved his hand. Then, he disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in a back garden of the Forbidden Palace. An old man in a yellow robe was feeding the fishes in the winding corridor above the lake. The koi in the clear lake below were clumps of fish, and as they fought for the fish food, their bodies turned red like blood. Chu Li gave a fist salute and smiled. You're in a good mood, Your Majesty. Leng Wufeng turned to look at him and smiled faintly. Then, he threw all the fish food into the lake. When the fish food was scattered all over the lake, the surface of the lake seemed to be boiling as all the koi fishes came out to fight for the food. Chu Li looked at the koi fishes and smiled. As expected of the fish from the imperial house, they're much more beautiful than the ones outside. Chu Li, you're a rare guest. Why are you looking for me? Leng Wufeng stared at him. He did not recognize Chu Li as King An's murderer and always thought that it was Du Feng. Now that Du Feng had not shown up for a long time, Leng Wufeng thought that Du Feng must have been killed to get rid of a knot in his heart. Chu Li said, Your Majesty, you don't have to play dumb. Leng Wufeng smiled and pointed at the gazebo opposite him. Then, he slowly walked into the gazebo. At that moment, he did not look like he knew martial arts at all. He looked like an ordinary elder who did not know martial arts. He looked dignified and calm. After he sat down, he looked at Chu Li who was sitting opposite him. Aren't you afraid that I'll make you stay? Chu Li smiled. Why should I stay? Am I Your Majesty's enemy that you want to fight to the death? That's not it. Leng Wufeng shook his head. Chu Li, it's good for the Ji dynasty that you're here. It's a deterrent to the surrounding countries. I should thank you for that. Chu Li could not help but laugh. Your Majesty, you haven't finished, have you? Of course. Leng Wufeng said, Your existence is also a problem. The Crown Prince can't be at ease because he's worried that you'll interfere with the fight for the throne. Chu Li, since you're here, tell me, will you interfere with the fight for the throne? Chu Li said, Your Majesty, you're far-sighted. It's not too far-sighted. I'll ascend to heaven in a few years, Leng Wufeng said. Chu Li smiled. Your Majesty, do you think that after you ascend to heaven, the Crown Prince will shoulder the heavy responsibility of the Ji dynasty? Will he be able to stand firm among the enlightened masters and not be bullied by the Fu dynasty? It'll be difficult. Leng Wufeng shook his head and smiled. But it'll be different with Chu Li's help. Chu Li laughed out loud and shook his head. Your Majesty, you don't care about relationships, but you want someone else to help you? Isn't this a big joke? Why should I help His Highness the Crown Prince? Your Majesty, please find a reason for me. Leng Wufeng said, This is your country after all. Chu Li asked, So what? Leng Wufeng scoffed. Are you going to watch your country be bullied by other countries? Chu Li replied, It's only His Highness the Crown Prince who's being bullied. Leng Wufeng frowned. If that's the case, you want your grandson to succeed the throne? Chu Li smiled and shook his head. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who succeeds the throne since they're all from the Ling family. Leng Wufeng pondered and sighed. I won't allow anyone else to decide who's going to succeed the throne. Chu Li smiled. Everything goes according to Your Majesty's wishes. I'm here today to talk about this gold medal. Chapter 1698. Leng Wufeng frowned when he looked at his gold medal. He dodged it and did not catch it. The gold medal suddenly folded and flew back to Chu Li's hand. He asked Leng Wufeng with a smile, Your Majesty, don't you want to see if it's yours? It's not my gold medal, Leng Wufeng replied. He stared at the gold medal in Chu Li's hand with a stern look. He initially wanted to catch it because it was his personal item, and he could not allow it to fall into the hands of an outsider. However, he sensed danger just as he was about to do so. He was shocked, but he trusted his instincts and dodged it. Seeing how confident Chu Li was, he knew that he did not do anything wrong. Chu Li must have done something to the gold medal to make him feel threatened. Ling Wufeng asked, "Chu Li, what are you trying to do? If it wasn't for my gold medal, we'll be in big trouble." Chu Li shook his head. It was presented by the new commander of Secret Guardians Hall, Meng Xiaoqi. He said that he was ordered to search King An's imperial residence and the disciples of the Holy Church of Light. "Is that so?" Ling Wufeng asked. Chu Li smiled. "Why should I be so irresponsible? It's only a small matter. I can admit it, but I can't possibly push it to Commander Meng. Wouldn't that damage my dignity as an emperor?" Ling Wufeng scoffed. "I really didn't know about this. Looks like I'll have to discipline the Secret Guardians Hall. Who exactly is this Commander Meng? How did he gain your Majesty's trust so quickly? Could he be from the Leng clan?" Chu Li smiled at Ling Wufeng without blinking as he wanted to observe the man's every movement and expression. Ling Wufeng narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "Chu Li, you're not an outsider. It's fine if you tell others, but don't spread it." Chu Li nodded. "I won't say anything." "Ah." Ling Wufeng shook his head and sighed. "He's indeed a member of the Ling family who hasn't returned for a long time. The Ling family's blood flows in his veins, so I can trust him." "Does Commander Meng have a chance to inherit the throne?" Chu Li asked with a smile. Ling Wufeng quickly replied, "That's impossible." Chu Li sighed. "If that's the case, the Emperor will definitely take revenge if I kill him." "That's right." Ling Wufeng's face changed, and he nodded. "If you dare kill him, I won't let you go no matter what." Chu Li smiled and said, "Then I'll have to try and see if your Majesty can stop me." Following that, he disappeared from Ling Wufeng's sight in a flash. Ling Wufeng's face changed, and he disappeared as well. As soon as he disappeared, an old monk with white eyebrows and beard appeared in the void behind him. His eyes were clear and bright. He put his palms together and looked at the place where the two disappeared. He shook his head and sighed, "Ba, Master, you're also getting involved in this mess?" Chu Li suddenly appeared on the spot. The enlightened Master's field could restrain divine powers, but it could not restrain his great light void technique. It could come and go as it pleased, and even the enlightened Masters could not restrain it. This was the power of the great light scripture, and it was the foundation of the Grand Master's ultimate heart technique. The old monk was startled and sighed, "Benefactor Chu, you really live up to your reputation. It seems like you have noticed me long ago." Chu Li nodded. "Yes, although your force is weak, you can't hide it from me. Are you really going to help His Majesty get rid of me?" "His Majesty summoned me here not to kill you, almsgiver Chu, but to protect himself." Monk Liao Ming smiled and shook his head. "One should forgive when possible, almsgiver Chu. Why must you pursue me so relentlessly?" Chu Li smiled. "If I let him go, I'm afraid that I'll be releasing a tiger back into the mountains. If he wants to harm my friends and family, can't you guarantee that he won't attack me? You should know His Majesty's temperament, right? But the Ji dynasty can't do without His Majesty now." Monk Liao Ming shook his head. "The Fu dynasty's emperor is getting more and more powerful, and the Ji dynasty needs to work together to resist him. Once His Majesty ascends to the throne, the Crown Prince will be far less wise and powerful than His Majesty, and I won't be able to turn the situation around. Without him, the Ji dynasty won't perish." Chu Li scoffed. "For Fa Yuan's sake, please leave quickly, Master. I don't want to hurt the harmony between the Tempest Temple and me." Ba! Monk Liao Ming chanted loudly. "Forgive me for offending you, Fa Yuan and I are different people. Almsgiver Chu, you don't have to confuse us." Sigh. Chu Li shook his head and said, "It seems like Great Master really wants to be my enemy." His voice resounded through the entire divine capital. As slow as Leng Wufeng was, he should have realized what was going on. Sure enough, Leng Wufeng emerged from the void in the next second and glared at Chu Li with a dark expression. Chu Li's words and figure had made him go around in circles. It was a great humiliation. As the emperor, when had he ever been toyed with like this? Monk Liao Ming sighed. When will revenge ever end? Why don't the two of you shake hands and make peace? This is a blessing for the great Ji dynasty, a blessing for the people. Chu Li laughed. Monk, you're too naive. He then looked at Leng Wufeng. Your Majesty, do you know how it feels? Chu Li, you're too much. Leng Wufeng shouted. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. I'm being presumptuous. What do you want, Your Majesty? Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Leng Wufeng scoffed. Monk Liao Ming hurriedly waved his hands. Wait, Your Majesty. This old monk is not here to help Your Majesty kill Benefactor Chu. I'm only here to advise the two of you to stop fighting. When two tigers fight, one of them will definitely be injured. Great Master, I really can't tolerate his humiliation. Leng Wufeng realized that he had been too impatient. His desire to kill burned like a raging fire, and he could not hide it. This was different from what Monk Liao Ming said when he went to invite him. Monk Liao Ming sighed. Actually, Benefactor Chu didn't really humiliate Your Majesty. He was only joking. Great Master, do you really think he was joking? Leng Wufeng scoffed with a dark expression and glared at Chu Li. Chu Li smiled. Great Master, you know me well. It was indeed a joke. Your Majesty is too serious, but I'm also curious why Your Majesty is so concerned about Commander Ming. He shook his head and smiled. If King Ping encountered this, Your Majesty wouldn't have acted immediately and been so impatient that you've been fooled by me, would you? What do you mean by that? Leng Wufeng scoffed. I've always been very protective of my loved ones, and I won't allow anyone to harm them. Chu Li replied, Your Majesty is like that and so am I. We're quite similar. Chu Li, if you harm my loved ones, don't blame me for being rude. Leng Wufeng gritted his teeth. No one in the High Duke's public house will be spared. Chu Li grinned. Your Majesty, do you really dare to treat the High Duke's public house this way? As long as you take action, I guarantee that the 12 High Dukes' public houses will take action and offer sacrifices to the heavens to replace the Ling family. Leng Wufeng's face darkened. If someone else had said this, he would have treated it as a huge joke. However, when it came from Chu Li, he only felt a chill down his spine. Others might not be able to convince the 12 High Dukes' public houses, but Chu Li was different. He was born in the High Duke's public house and was the son-in-law of the High Duke's public house. To the 12 High Dukes' public houses, he was one of their own, so there was no need to be wary of him. Moreover, he had sufficiently tyrannical martial arts, a sufficiently powerful backer, and even more so, he had sufficient prestige. Under his personal persuasion, the 12 High Dukes' public houses would gather to issue a High Duke decree. It would not be difficult to offer sacrifices to the heavens to replace the emperor, and the Lung family would be in danger. He narrowed his eyes at Chu Li and said coldly, The 12 High Dukes' public houses' loyalty is unquestionable. Chapter 1699. When Monk Liao Ming saw that Leng Wufeng froze and did not move for a long time, he knew that Chu Li's words had hit the nail on the head. Leng Wufeng dared not move or make a move. Leng Wufeng had been hesitant. Based on his temper, he would have made a move long ago, but his instinct told him not to. He had misgivings, so he had been using his power to pressure Chu Li and force Chu Li to yield. Moreover, Monk Ming was here. Under the pincer attack of two enlightened masters, even if there was danger, it would not be that great. Thinking of this, he was eager to make a move. Monk Liao Ming hurriedly said, Ba, why must the two of you fight to the death? Let's each take a step back. His Majesty mustn't provoke Almsgiver Chu in the future, and Almsgiver Chu mustn't provoke His Majesty. Isn't this a happy ending? Chu Li smiled and said, If it's as you think, Great Master, there's no war in the world yet. Everyone just needs to take a step back. Yes, yes. Monk Liao Ming said slowly, there are many slow-witted people in the world. Donor Chu and His Majesty are both top-notch smart people. How can you not see through this? Chu Li said, the Great Master can see through it, but I can't. I don't think His Majesty can either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used Meng Xiaoqi to attack me. Only His Majesty can bully an orphan and a widow. Ling Wufeng gritted his teeth. I knew you'd show up. Chu Li could not help but laugh. If that's the case, His Majesty is going to deal with me. Does His Majesty think that as the Emperor, only you can bully others and others can't fight back? That's right. Ling Wufeng uttered, as a subject of the Ji dynasty, I have the right to punish you. Chu Li shook his head. Your Majesty, have you forgotten that I'm now a disciple of Goddess Attraction Mountain? You don't have the right to punish me. Moreover, even if I have the right to deal with it, would I just obediently let it go? Your Majesty is not so naive. That means you have the confidence to deal with me. You're great, but I have Master Ming's help. Ling Wufeng scoffed. When he saw Chu Li's expression, he became even more cautious. Chu Li smiled. Will Master Liao Ming kill me? Ling Wufeng scoffed. Why not? Chu Li said, It's said that Master Liao Ming and His Majesty don't get along, but it seems like it's just a rumor. We've had our fair share of troubles, but we're not mortal enemies, Ling Wufeng said. We've always worked together to deal with outsiders. Master Liao Ming pressed his palms together and bowed. Ba, Chu Li sighed. At the end of the day, the two of them were arguing because they wanted to make Monk Ming waver. He wanted Monk Ming to back out of the dispute and not stand up for Ling Wufeng, whereas Ling Wufeng wanted Monk Ming to help him. Monk Liao Ming was also an eminent monk with a profound understanding of Buddhism, so it was impossible for him not to know about it. Nonetheless, Chu Li and Ling Wufeng were both important to the Ji dynasty, so they could not afford to lose either of them. Therefore, he only wanted to persuade them to bury the hatchet. Chu Li was a little impatient. He stood up and said, If that's the case, let's cut the nonsense. Goodbye. He turned around to leave. Wait! Ling Wufeng scoffed. Chu Li turned to look at him with a faint smile. Your Majesty, are you going to force me to stay? Let me ask you something else. Ling Wufeng scoffed. You're very close to the Holy Church of Light's bishop, Sun Mingyue, right? Chu Li nodded. Yes. Ling Wufeng scoffed. You should know about our relationship with the Holy Church of Light. Chu Li nodded. I do, they're enemies. If that's the case, why are you still colluding with Sun Mingyue? Ling Wufeng yelled. When have you ever cared about the Ji dynasty? Don't tell me that you've told Sun Mingyue about the Ji dynasty? Chu Li shook his head. Bishop Sun won't ask me about the Ji dynasty, and I won't tell her either. I'm afraid that it's difficult for someone like your Majesty to understand my open-mindedness. I'm just gauging the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. Goodbye. Please stay. Ling Wufeng struck him with his palm. He had made up his mind. This was a rare opportunity. Since Master Liao Ming might only help him this once, he had to give it a try no matter what. Ling Wufeng had spent so much effort to invite Chu Li over, so how could he let Chu Li go just because he was powerful? Chu Li met the attack with his palm. Bang! The ground shook as the corridor they were in broke into several sections and fell into the lake. Ling Wufeng and Chu Li each took a step back and landed on a section of the corridor before they landed on the lake. Ling Wufeng's body moved even though there was no wind as he slowly floated into the air. His bright yellow dragon robe fluttered as he sneered. You're quite capable indeed. No wonder you dared to break into the imperial house. Chu Li stood in the air and smiled. You're quite skilled too. No wonder you dared to plot against me. Monk Liao Ming floated in the air with his gray cowl fluttering. He pressed his palms together and looked at them before he shook his head and sighed helplessly. Ling Wufeng scoffed, but he was relieved. The sense of danger from Chu Li seemed to have disappeared. Ling Wufeng's confidence was boosted. Chu Li was not as powerful as he thought. It seemed like the gift from the Outland had indeed made him powerful enough. Thus, he struck again. Chu Li faced it. Bang, 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 bang. Deafening explosions rang out incessantly. After the corridor above the lake was destroyed, it was swept away by the power of the Empyrean god. Thus, it turned into powder and fell into the lake. The multicolored koi dived out recklessly and swallowed the powder. Some were directly crushed into minced meat by the palm force, while others dived into the depths of the lake when they saw that the situation was bad. The latter survived, but not many survived. The clear lake water turned blood-red. Monk Liao Ming chanted the name of Buddha and advised the two to stop. However, Ling Wufeng and Chu Li's fight became more intense. The deafening noises came from the imperial house and gradually spread until half of Fairy's capital could hear it. King An's imperial residents could vaguely hear it. Xiao Shi and Xiao Qi had profound cultivation levels, so they heard the noises. Xiao Shi smiled. Looks like they're really fighting. Younger sister, do you think Chu Li can win? Logically speaking, the Emperor is no match for him. Xiao Qi smiled. She did not sense any danger, so it was obvious that Chu Li had the upper hand. Xiao Shi said, he can already suppress an enlightened master now. What do you think he'll become when he becomes an enlightened master? It's too difficult for him to become an enlightened master. Xiao Qi shook her head. His path is too difficult. She heard from Chu Li about her path. Not only did she have to cultivate the 4 heart techniques, but she also had to combine the 4 heart techniques into one. This was too difficult. The creation of a heart technique usually required the essence of several generations of wisdom, and the 4 heart techniques were already exquisite beyond compare. If she were to make any slight changes to them, she might go astray. Master, when are you going to act if not now? Ling Wufeng suddenly shouted. Do you really want him to suppress us enlightened masters and do whatever he wants in the Ji dynasty? Amitabha. Monk Liao Ming pressed his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. He sighed. Almsgiver Chu, I'm sorry. As an enlightened master, the restrictions were great, but he was not averse to it. This was because the more powerful one was, the more one had to control it, or else it would bring disaster to the world. Chu Li had such overbearing power, but he was not bound by the heavenly rules. This was too dangerous, so he needed to suppress him. As he pressed his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha, he bent his pinky and pointed. It was the petrifying finger. The same finger technique was completely different in Fa Yuan and Liao Ming's hands. Monk Liao Ming's technique was truly silent and traceless. Chapter 1700. Instinctively, Chu Li moved to the side and barely avoided the finger attack. However, the other finger attack was already upon him. Ling Wufeng was overjoyed, so he took the opportunity to attack. 2 great heavenly deities attacked together, and their heavenly deity fields overlapped each other, the power even more astonishing. The heavenly deity field's power restricted him, forcing him to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Chu Li suddenly smiled and slowly pulled out his sword. Ling Wufeng and Monk Liao Ming were taken aback. The long sword at his waist was unsheathed slowly and clumsily, as if it weighed more than 1,000 kilograms. Every inch of movement was extremely strenuous, but it gave them the feeling of a mountain pressing down on them. Moreover, they felt as if they were bound by an invisible force, and could only watch as the sword stabbed towards them. Chu Li's sword was aimed at Monk Ming. Amitabha. Monk Liao Ming finally put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. He suddenly disappeared from where he stood and appeared 100 feet away in the next moment. He looked at Chu Li calmly. "Thank you, almsgiver Chu." He could clearly feel that at the last moment, Chu Li's sword had paused for a moment, allowing him to avoid the sword. Otherwise, he would not have been able to avoid the sword. With such a powerful sword, it was no wonder that Chu Li could kill an enlightened master. Chu Li smiled and dodged Ling Wufeng's palm effortlessly. "All right, Master Ming, it's time for you to leave." Sigh. Monk Liao Ming sighed helplessly. "Your Majesty, I have tried my best. It is time to leave." Ling Wufeng asked, "Master, are you going to watch him kill me?" "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Almsgiver Chu won't do that," Monk Liao Ming said with a smile. Then, he pressed his palms together at Chu Li and his tall figure disappeared into thin air. Chu Li turned his head and smiled. "Your Majesty, only the two of us are left. Chu Li, while your sword technique is powerful, you might not be able to use it a second time." Ling Wufeng scoffed. His heart sank as he knew that he had underestimated Chu Li. The power of this sword was truly beyond his imagination. Chu Li smiled and said, "All right then, Your Majesty, please give it a try." He sheathed his sword and slowly pulled it out again. Ling Wufeng yelled and vanished. Chu Li stopped his sword and laughed out loud. "Your Majesty is such a coward." His laughter reverberated through the sky. The entire divine capital could hear him. Ling Wufeng appeared behind Chu Li again with a dark look on his face. He threw a punch at Chu Li, which was infused with his anger toward Chu Li. It was a concentrated, enlightened master's power, so it was his most powerful punch. He had been fooled by Chu Li again and again. He was beyond furious and his murderous intent was burning like fire. Chu Li countered with his palm. Bam! Chu Li took 2 steps back and looked at him calmly. "Is this all you've got, Your Majesty?" The might of the indestructible body of Vajra was beyond imagination. The power of the deities entered his body, but it couldn't hurt him at all. It was weaker than the flames of the vermilion bird. More importantly, the flames of the vermilion bird were incomparably domineering. Not only did they relentlessly burn him, but they also didn't let go of any invading inner energy. They directly pounced on it and burned it, turning it into fuel and strengthening it. This was also the reason why he came to the Forbidden Palace without fear. Once the enlightened master's power in the golden plate entered his body, he discovered the power of the fire of vermilion bird. Therefore, he was full of confidence. Even with Monk Ming around and 2 enlightened masters working together, he was not afraid. Ling Wufeng frowned. He did not expect Chu Li to be this powerful. Chu Li suddenly drew his sword and slowly unsheathed it again. Ling Wufeng disappeared again. Chu Li laughed out loud again. Ling Wufeng appeared in front of him with a gloomy face and scoffed. "Chu Li, don't you think you've gone too far?" Chu Li chuckled and shook his head. "Compared to what His Majesty has done, I've been lenient and merciful enough. If you weren't King An's father, I would have sent you to heaven. If the Crown Prince isn't convinced and wants to avenge you, I'll send him to heaven as well. I didn't succeed in the Fu dynasty, but I can try in the Ji dynasty." Ling Wufeng's heart turned cold, and his expression was as dark as still water. He had personally experienced the power of the Fu dynasty's emperor, Tang Haotian. They were both enlightened masters, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Now that his cultivation level had skyrocketed by 6 times, he might be able to compete with Tang Haotian. Chu Li's power was beyond his imagination. Ling Wufeng had underestimated him, which was why he took the initiative to test him. He did not expect Chu Li to react so violently and attack the imperial house without hesitation. Chu Li scoffed. "Your Majesty, my patience is limited. If you provoke me again, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll get rid of the Lin clan first, then I'll talk to you, Your Majesty." "Don't you dare!" Ling Wufeng shouted. Chu Li chuckled. You can try me, Your Majesty. He disappeared right after he finished speaking. Ling Wufeng looked at the messy imperial garden and at the spot where Chu Li disappeared. He stomped his foot and the ground exploded. The spot where Chu Li was earlier was flattened, and all the flowers and plants were gone. He panted heavily, and his face was flushed as if he was drunk. More than 10 Imperial House protectors glided in. Their purple robes fluttered in the wind and they looked stern. They knew what had happened earlier, but they dared not come in. When an enlightened master made a move, they would be courting death if they showed up. Your Majesty! They fist saluted. Ling Wufeng gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Get out! Yes. Everyone quickly retreated and left the Imperial Garden quietly. Ling Wufeng walked in the dilapidated Imperial Garden with his hands behind his back, and he suddenly turned to look at the void. Monk Liao Ming slowly appeared and bowed with pressed palms. Your Majesty, please calm down. Humph, Master Liao Ming has a good plan. Ling Wufeng scoffed. He withdrew at the crucial moment. If I didn't withdraw and triggered Almsgiver Chu's killing intent, I'm afraid that both of us. He shook his head. I didn't expect Almsgiver Chu's cultivation level to be this high. He was experienced and knowledgeable. When he was young, he had traveled around the world like Fa Yuan, but he had never met someone like Chu Li. Chu Li was a grandmaster, but he was not afraid of enlightened masters and could even kill them. Ling Wufeng scoffed. He wouldn't dare to kill me. Your Majesty, you don't have to deceive yourself. Monk Liao Ming shook his head. I don't believe that Your Majesty didn't sense Almsgiver Chu's killing intent. Humph. Ling Wufeng waved his hand. Are you saying that Chu Li can do whatever he wants in this world? Almsgiver Chu is indifferent, which is indeed a blessing for the people. Your Majesty, just don't provoke him. Monk Liao Ming frowned. I'm worried about someone else, Almsgiver Chu's rival, Leader Song from the Longevity Church. Hasn't he been defeated? Ling Wufeng asked. Monk Liao Ming shook his head. I'm sure Your Majesty knows what kind of person Leader Song's ancestor is. I'm guessing that Leader Song wants to restore his ancestor's glory, which is a catastrophe for the world. What do you want? Ling Wufeng asked. Monk Liao Ming said, Your Majesty, it's better to befriend Almsgiver Chu, just in case Leader Song attacks the Ji dynasty. Befriend him? Ling Wufeng frowned without saying a word. Monk Liao Ming smiled amiably. I'm sure Your Majesty knows this very well. I won't say anything else, I'll make a move first. He disappeared abruptly after he finished speaking. Ling Wufeng was a cold-hearted person who did not care about relationships and only cared about benefit. He had the purest temperament of an emperor. As long as it was beneficial to the throne and the Lin clan, he would do it even if it was embarrassing. He believed that Ling Wufeng would still be thick-skinned enough to befriend Chu Li and mend the rift. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.